Hello and welcome back to Pittsburgh Megacity Championships. My name is Andre from the Metropol Grid. I'm joined by Cephalopod Wizard. Hey, Seth, how's it going?
Hello, hello. That's me.
How are you doing? This is Megacities here in Pittsburgh. We're just about to start the top cut. This is double elimination. So yesterday we had about 24 players showing up here to Pittsburgh Megacities, and we're now down to a top four cut. Some of these players, you had the pleasure of seeing some of their games yesterday. On the right, speaking of, we had Funky Man. We got to see two of Funky Man's runner games, but now we have swapped over to the Corp side against Seb K, who is on Sable. It's been a big weekend in Netrunner. I know you've been working on some of the America Megacity stuff. What does the meta look like here as opposed to what you saw yesterday on your side of the streaming table? I wonder how different things are looking so far.
It's looking quite different. Over in the Americas megacities, we are bereft of any of the cool faction colors. No purple, no blue. It's all red and orange.
Yeah, this top cut's interesting. We had two Thule players show up. Both of them made the top cut. So both Radish and Funky Man that are playing card for card the same list. It doesn't look like that deck performed incredibly well. In fact, it was runners that are doing really well in this tournament. Out of our top four, nobody has dropped a runner game. So very important. Seb K is in first seed against Funky Man, who's in fourth seed. And the higher seed gets to choose which side of the first matchup they want to play, runner or corp. We're also transitioning into open deck lists, so each player actually knows every card in their opponent's deck list, and they can review that during the game, slow down, make sure they're not running into any traps or understanding what the ice can be. And Seb K saw this matchup and said, you know what? I'm definitely want to play Sable into this matchup, and we'll see if that pays off because, again, the Sable decks in the top cut, nobody in the top cut has dropped a runner game until probably this round. And actually, maybe not even. Probably not.
It's a fair choice to say that I want to be playing runner, although rarely did I imagine myself saying, I want to play against Thule.
Yeah, the Thule list. This is a brew that again, Funky Man and Radish are both on. Just to talk about it, and you can follow the deck list online if you want to jump over to Aesop's tables. All the deck lists, even for the entire cut, are published, which is kind of wild. So this is a list that has a couple new cards. We're looking at aggressive trend setting. Otherwise, it does want to score out. Ontological dependencies. We have a full play set of those. That makes 2 core damage really frightening. We have a bit of damage. We have bladderworts. We have some fast events with Mass Chiraboga. We have a single measured response, which can always be frightening and sometimes hard to deal with. But otherwise, it's what you kind of expect. It doesn't have the Jupstad grids. It's on Tranquility home grid. So it's a bit of that. Oh, actually, no, we have all the grids. We have both Tranquility and Jupstad. So this is a bit of a, I would say, tempo assets deck. Very importantly, and take that 3 bravados. There's no ice in the list whatsoever.
And excitingly, on the runner side, many of the cards are new, but also they are not. Some are not new. So clean getaway.
Very
Technically,
good.
we've seen something that looks like that before. Although I see that the multi-axis solution seems to be Wake Implant, and that's something that's not new, but we haven't seen it in a while as the favored solution. Lots of people are on the twinning because it's just so easy to charge up the twinning.
Yeah, this
Now
one's on
that,
both. And I think
yeah,
Wake's actually going to be pretty good. There's some matchups where running HQ repeatedly is a bit expensive. And obviously, in a world with no ice, that Wake is actually going to translate relatively well. You have some issues with things like Bravado, of course, that can't do anything in the matchup, and spending 2 influence on Game Dragon. But it looks like Funky Man on Thule took the mulligan, and we're going to start the way that we expect this deck to start, just 3 cards on the table. I think aggressive trend setting is the one you're most worried about slipping past on turn 1. That into a Hendrick, and I'm not sure if there's Hendricks into the deck. There are 3 Hendricks. That is a really unfortunate interaction if you want to trash that. I think Sysop is probably the subtype.
yeah, it's a Sisop.
Subk rolling the mark there. We're gonna put the die where the mark lands. So it looks like we can check R&D. Getting the click back from Sable. Again, this is not a deep dive list. This is just Reg Sable, but that click back still really helps. Not only do you just have a free R&D access every turn or a free central access, but if you need to spend that click and 2 credits to deal with Thule, you have a bit more money and a bit more time. Speaking about a bit more money, actually, that's the info bounty. So now you can basically just write off the entirety of the Thule tax.
That's just that is just an infinite daily cast in this situation.
Yep. Clickless 2 credits and a touch every turn. We'll see if there's, again, I need to check Nightmare Archives. That's sometimes something you have to be worried about, but there's none on this list. Top of the deck, first steal. It's going to be at Project Ingoten. That's one of the better agendas that you want in your score area. Easy for the runner to score. We're going to spend our info bounty. We're going to spend our click we got back. So really strong start here, up on 2 points. Now,
Yeah,
Acid Tech. Yeah.
at this point, you're looking to be careful about just not dying to measured response.
Yeah, we
There's
have
just such ease of getting into the server that your own hubris is all that's going to get you here.
We're checking here. We only have a couple clicks left, so Hendrick is not that bad. That's a prototype. We definitely want to deal with those. This does have prototype, and I believe it also has warm reception. So those combo off really well together. It's 2 receptions, 3 prototypes with infinite spin doctors. Looks like a Nico's going to stick. That'll be +1 card, +1 credit. So something that SebK wants to deal with in the near future, I imagine. And we know, barring defensive upgrades, or even offensive upgrades, this won't be protected by ice at any point in this game again. No ice in this list.
Yeah, normally it's not the asset of choice because 2 trash costs just isn't as high as you want for a economic asset.
Oof.
But we don't have Maryland anymore, and that is a trend setting. So that's what's going to be defending the Nico campaign.
This is a new 3-1 that came out in Elevation, a bit of a stink aura agenda. It says the first time a turn that you trash a card that is installed, you either have to spend a click or give the corp an additional credit. Sorry, additional click. So either you spend a click or they get a click. And on some board states, you can definitely give the corp a click. But we'll see if that Nico comes down or whether Funky Man's going to get more credits coming in. This deck has no hard ass attack, right? Like it's besides the 2 Baya bands and of course just Sable doing Sable stuff. This is not a list that has Fueno. It doesn't have Azamat. I think the best we have here is 1 copy of Side Hustle. Clean Getaway is a good start. We'll see if it goes R&D. We're going to get our credits first, get 2 more credits after the run is ended, and a click back. Yeah, I wonder if the Nico will go down. Looks like Sebke's deciding, yeah, trashing for free. Very importantly, aggressive trend setting does not protect central servers. And so a lot of times, especially with no ice, you'll see players just like, okay, I'm going to focus centrals and not care. But it looks like we're going to bring that down, spend that extra click, I imagine, and just clear up all of Dan's board with only 3 credits, drawing an unknown card there at the top. Looks like a Tranquility.
Yeah, this seems like a time where it is worth it to spend the extra click because instead of having 9 credits, the corp's now limited to 3 credits. It's just, you hurt them so much more because of how badly they need the money right now.
Yeah, speaking of needing the money, Wage Worker's getting installed and rezzed immediately. So it looks like we're going to get 2 more installs and then that 4th click off the Wage Workers. I don't know what you can do here besides some slam on the table and hope that SebK's money does not keep up. And admittedly, that is part of the game plan of this deck. But if you're down on 1 credit here, if you can just make sure that the money asses don't get through, there's not a lot you can do. This is not a fully operational deck. There's no ice. So it's not going to be incredibly explosive as long as SebK can just like play very, I don't want to say boring, but like, simple fundamentals. Keep your money up, trash what you need to trash.
Yeah, and there's a lot you can do with the aggressive trend setting because for all that it resembles the Ares NVN agenda, it is not that. You can let them have a click if all they got is 1 credit in their bank account.
Speaking of 1 credit, we're running HQ. They're going to spend our info bounty and the click we get back to go up to 4 points. We have to watch out for measured response. As much as we don't have the credits, that is Funky Man's most obvious way to close the game out. But I think that's a very important thing. On 1 credit, there's not a lot that Funky Man can do here. We would need something like a prototype into a massive res, like a massive string of cheap reses. Getting down Class Act, we're dropping down to low money. Carpe Diem is the only easy way we bounce back from this. We're going to be drawing up, getting that filtered. It's 4 because I do believe we drew once on the turn already. This deck has no 3-pointers on the HB side. The HB 5-3 agenda suite, like salvo testing sometimes makes sense in a core damage deck, but it looks like SebK is going to have to steal 2 more agendas to close this game out. But when you run so cheaply on centrals, looks like it's just going to be triple credit.
There's just no way you'd ever be able to score salvo testing in a no ice deck.
It's hard. You got to be ambitious. Installing on top of the Tranquility home grid, getting 2 credits. So that was triple credit with Wage Workers, get that click back. So making it kind of like a pad campaign. It feels a bit better than it is. But now with credits, this is where Funky Man can actually push forward with things like Bash Chiraboga. The thing is, like, if there's agendas, they have to be on the table because Dan's got no hand.
Ooh, London. We got the points attributed to the wrong player.
Oh yeah, currently 4-1. We just gotta flip that. There's a transfer. Now here we could see a bit of ducking. This gives you a tag, which in this matchup, the tag is not relevant. There's no greasings, there's no end of line. So Funky Man's checking on the table. No matter what, this is just going to be a 9 credit swing. There's no cards to access, which is really funny. I don't think I've seen this into an empty HQ, but a tag and 7. That info bounty is definitely worth protecting, but now this stops the corporation from being able to do a lot of shenanigans next turn and starts or continue to score out.
Also interesting that we didn't manage to res any assets into this to save your money.
it's kind of telling, right? Like if it's a Nico, would you res it? Probably. If it's a Bladderwort, would you res it? Probably not. So I think if it's a Bass, would you res it? Probably too. There's actually not that many assets in the list. It might be extra wage workers. Prototypes, I don't think you res either because it doesn't actually impact the math. So it's definitely the cheap stuff.
Yeah, all the money the runner has happened just because you managed to gain 6. If that had been gain 0, I don't think you'd be able to challenge a Bass.
Yeah. We're clean getawing on the mark to get the click back and 2 extra credits. So we're up on 12 credits. We'll see if we clear the tag there. The deck does have 2 copies of Info Bounty, and I think it is actually quite important in the matchup to just be gaining 2 credits a turn clicklessly functionally is absurdly good in an asset matchup. So we'll see if Subk uses a Baya Bands in hand to clear the tag, and it looks like that is the Baya. Recharge a Trank server, my imagination. I'm guessing it's going to be the 4 credits plus the clear the tag.
Yeah, Tranquility is just an incredibly powerful card, and it has this obscene trash cost of 4. It's got to go.
So successful, no res. We're going to get down. Actually, we're keeping the tag. We're installing an open market. So a bit of drip. It can install some of your jobs, of course, and connections a bit cheaper. And this deck does have a couple. We have Nuka. We have more class acts, of course. Other open markets. We touch the unknown card. That is going to be another trend setting. We have the click and 2 credits to spend. So we're now on 5 points. We're on game point. A single run on central servers can do it. And Tranquility will come down for 4 credits and probably a click. There's a chance that you can give the corporation a click here on 2 credits. Okay, we'll spend the click.
This has cost a lot of clicks, but you can't complain about the score area on the runner side.
Yeah, just one good axis, and this deck has a fair few agendas. We're looking at 13 agendas. The off-world office is the one singleton, and there is still a lot of one-pointers. There's Elevagawas and one more trend setting, but a single rip can do it. And now when you're drawing into, I believe that's a wage workers in hand. When you're drawing into, again, what's going to be an uniced HQ, and you get the mark roll, like you know that the runner is just going to have to run there. Elevagawa in hand, down to 2 credits. We got the 3rd click back or the 4th click back, so we're just doing that triple draw it into ontological. Also a bit of a brick in this hand, as much as Spin Doctor might be able to fix it. Got a click back here from the wage workers, whether we want to install the Spin Doctor just to be able to fill the hand at instant speed.
That ontological is a serious liability because
Yeah,
the runner is just going to check HQ at some point.
1 out of 3 times. Seb K runs HQ guaranteed here. If you put that on the table, Seb K hasn't been too interested in check cards, specifically when you're only threatening 2 credits because you can't really score out there. So card on the table, I believe that is not the Spin Doctor. I think that was an agenda.
Gotta hide it somewhere.
So floating a tag. I think that's a 3. I think that's R&D.
Yep, that's R&D.
So HQ is going to be safe there. We are still floating a tag, but we don't have a lot of money to deal with that. This deck also doesn't have a lot of tech cards. Like you do have to play around the measured response, but this deck right now, Sebk is not running things like Stone Chip or any ways to kind of cheat death. Running guarantee.
Yeah, I mean, in this open decklist environment, we know.
Oh, that's measured.
Oh, hey, we don't have to worry about that anymore.
That's a 1 of in the deck. Now we don't have Cheswas, but we're going to pay 3 out of pocket, gain 2 back, so not too bad. We've got 1 off of our open market here. You could check the table. It's very expensive for Dan to spend 2 credits on a Hendrik. The table there is going to find a warm reception for 1 credit. There's no obvious D-res targets here. If there's a Spin Doctor on the table, this is a bit interesting. One thing you really want to do against aggressive trend setting is batch trash, because it only increases the cost of the first card, installed card you trash. So if you trash this, you're kind of committing to checking other things on the table. Looks like it'll go down for 2 credits, and we'll see if we kind of spin and check some of the rest. Checking the other thing, this wasn't res in the transfer, and that's game. Just
table's not a good enough fighting place.
Yeah, I have no doubt that's why Sebk picked this matchup. Just running good fundamentals, still 3 points in hand. No ice is not going to line up well against a Sable that's getting 2 credits clicklessly, has the money, has some pressure, and multi-axis. We don't even need it at this point. We can just touch everything largely. That's unfortunate. I imagine that Funky Man wanted to draw in a couple more assets than agendas by that point in the game.
Yeah, criminals out there going to make you put at least a little bit of ice in your deck. It really does slow the runner down.
Yeah, it's also scary, right? Like trying to play around the, oh, is it the Jaguar on D, or oh, is it the scatter field? Like it does do something there. It's not the worst inclusion, but obviously both of the Thule's making the top cut, so there's some magic here that we are maybe yet to see in the top cut. But we'll play to both players. Again, this is double elimination, so neither of these players will be leaving the tournament today. I want to shout out that the other players here who are not playing in the top cut, I believe there's a side Eternal tournament going on. It might have some special rules. I heard there's a chance that players are trading decks with each other between rounds, which sounds incredibly exciting. But
Are they playing Nemesis, where where you make a bad deck for your opponent?
I don't think so. I think they just want to mix it up where it'd be like you can play other Eternal stuff that you don't know how it works. So people have to learn CI combo on the fly or whatever. Now this
What a con-
means, sorry?
well, what a concept! Are you familiar with piloting CI combo?
I have. I back in the day I piloted a bit of CI combo. I wasn't like a CI puzzle player where I would like spend time trying to puzzle the lines out, but there was some CI combo decks I was comfortable with.
And Cobalt in chat saying playing low to no ice is a bold choice when Sable is the top deck. But it didn't seem too much of a hindrance to getting into the top cut for these players. Everyone was doing it.
It's wild. It's like right now the top cut, I think all of the three different identities in the top four really punish you for running no ice. Like Sable does, Lou does, and if Lou can run everywhere, that's obviously not going to be great for you. And then we have Magdalene that's running two deep dives. And maybe the idea with no ice, the deep dive is really easy. Maybe the deep dive is a bit harder because you're playing Thule. I couldn't tell you, but it's going to be interesting to see how Thule holds up for the rest of this top cut. And with that, speaking of the rest of the top cut again, double elimination. Both these players will continue. Seb is going to be playing on in the top bracket, while Funky Man will be dropping to the chase bracket. Can continue to win the event, just cannot lose another game on this Sunday. But with that, while we wait for the second game off camera to resolve, we'll be throwing to a little break and we'll be back in just a bit with the continuation round 2 of the top cut here at the Pittsburgh Megacities. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll be right back.
See you soon. Good morning, gamers. We are back with the Pittsburgh Mega. We're we're back with the Pittsburgh Megacity tournament. And you may be wondering, if I'm watching this from outside of Pittsburgh, does that make me a cyber criminal? The answer is yes.
Me too. That's two of us. That's no good. How's everyone doing? Round two. This is the lower brackets. We just saw Funky Man playing Thule. It's not going to stop. Wage Workers turn one. We'll get some cards on the credit. Sorry, we'll get some cards on the table. Shout out to the full art Thule from Worlds 2024. Across the table. Oh, sorry. The names are reversed. So Funky Man's actually on the left. Funky Man's playing Magdalene, the one shaper in our top cut. We got to see Funky Man play a whole bunch of this Magdalene yesterday. And this is two deep dive. This is Deer's list, the one with everything list that they won the Summer Showdown with. Massive event. And obviously Funky Man's been doing great with this. Again, none of the runners have lost a game so far. I think maybe Radish lost the first runner game last round, considering the lower bracket. But interesting matchup. We do have some good tech for assets. We have an Azimut. We have Hannah. One of those cards can be tutored, the other less so. But we'll see if we have the econ to deal with the table, or we're just going to ignore it and say like, "Hey, I'm going to deep dive and win," which is largely what Funky Man's been doing. Funky Man's been ignoring a lot of board states and just sending it, and it's been working. Like, what is to say? Welcome to the top cut.
Yeah, there's not a lot. There's not a lot you can really do to stop a deep dive. Although I guess you can. You can upgrade centrals with good old Mr. Hendrick.
Yeah, Managarm, Hendrick. Those are annoying. Those are the best like defensive tools you have. Shout out to Montreal SMC hitting the table there with the Magdalene discard at the end of your turn. If you're overhand size, you can discard well, you have to discard, but if it's a hardware program, you can install one of them. With 3 credits, Wage Workers, you can advance out a 3-1 or a 3-2. That will be all your credits, though. And the Turn 1 Wage Workers is a play that I'm always just so unsure about whether you want to be doing, because it shows where the Wage Workers is. You spend 2 clicks, 2 credits to get a single click, so you really need economy on the table that lets you bounce back. And I don't think this deck has like Regolith or anything they can really empty very quickly with Wage Workers. So we'll see if the money here is just an issue. This deck doesn't have a lot of operations to give credits. It's just the cards on the table.
And the runner deck is playing 3 overclocks, which is, I feel it's a very good card. And then having this overclock target on the table,
Yeah.
it just makes it so easy. But we're seeing the Tranquility coming up.
Yeah, prototype
And
res first. We're going to be adding not counters, but credits. That might become confusing for me, but there is 6 credits on there. We spend no clicks. So if we can res one more thing for 1 credit, you can actually get the Wage Workers click off of the prototype, which is kind of slick. But first, we're going to install on top of the Tranquility home grid. We're probably going to get 2 credits, and we'll see if we have 2 more installs here or whether we'll just take 6 off of the proto. Looks like we're liberating 6 credits.
got to take that
Oh,
money while it's there.
no, I think we're making change. So there should be 1 more power counter. I think we might have a click left on this turn if I haven't tracked it wrong.
All right, we're back to power counters.
Cool. Speaking of that overclock, yeah, there's the Wage Workers coming down very easily. An alternate Scott-Aminga art. On the same run, we're going to use the SMC to grab something here. I'm assuming that's going to be for the Azimut. That's one of the best ways to use the overclock credits and have something on the table. That means I think we'll have an Azimut credit left over. Maybe not, because you'll have, I think, 3 on the overclock. Yeah, you'll have 1 left over. New card from Elevation takes up 2 MU, which in this matchup really doesn't matter because you don't need to install your breakers, and it gives you 2 recurring credits to trash things. They can be measured responses, they can be installed cards, they can be upgrades. So it's not exactly Prisha of old. So very excited to get that on the table.
It's kind of wild to think that, pre-rotation, no one would put Scrubber in their decks, but here we are playing 2 MU Scrubber, and we're very excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, people are excited to play Parisha, right? And like, this is so much better than Parisha for obvious reasons. It does take up the MU, and this matchup, it doesn't matter. I did the math wrong. It should be 5 credits, 3 for Azimut, and then 4 more for trashing. So down here to 6 credits. This deck does have Lily Pad. It does have that sort of draw engine you want to get from Magdalene. We can spend a lot of time drawing up, which is nice, and get the click compression from installing things clicklessly, which is really quite good. So we'll see if we want to deal with the table. The prototype doesn't have any like massive bounces where you lose expensive hardware, or sorry, expensive resources. And I see there we have Deep Dive in hand and a Copulation. Looks like we're going to be checking the prototype, taking that down for 2 out of pocket.
Yeah, it's such a critical looking economy piece. Like, the economy will dry up if you just keep it off the table.
Yeah,
And
there's not a lot of
Jai asks, has Sub K won yet? And I believe so. We're watching the lower bracket right now. Sub K is over in the other bracket.
There's a compilation with Maggie. This does allow you to trash assets. There's some value to that for sure. You don't have to pay trash costs. You just pay a credit. It looks like triple advance on the table. It's aggressive trend setting snuck through, wasn't checked. So now the game again is going to get that little stink aura. The first time you trash an installed card, it's either you spend a click or the corp gains a click. So batch trashing is not the best thing with Azimuth. A lot of times you'll just poke and trash one thing a turn, especially if you can find your Hannah. So we'll see how that lines up. Telework, going to take 3 credits. So it's 2 clicks for 2 credits. Not terrible. And then you have more money coming in.
The subsequent hits feel a little better on the telework.
Yeah, that card feels very generous for like a Shaper Econ card. Now we're checking their mode server. We have a click left here. Just an offered off is the one of in the deck. Just putting points on the table again. Once we do hit threat 2, or sorry, threat 4, the game's going to be more interesting. And then we're actually going to cup instead of using the Azimuth. So we do save a credit on that interaction, but you actually don't trash. So that is the difference here, is that you're not trashing because we spend a click and 2 to deal with the Thule tax.
You get all kinds of fun little circumventions of corp tech because you're not trashing with compilation. Like persistent triggers also don't work when you do this.
Yeah. Straight for wage workers again, we're going to get the triple install. I was just going to say, this is just like last game, where if the runner can just stabilize and get their money up, suddenly you're looking at a board today where there's just no installed cards. And as much as the money's up, top-down solutions can just put cards on the table really quickly. The runner can struggle. But as long as Funky Man just kind of manages the economy, steals another 2 points, at that point, you can just send straight to the deep dive, take some core damage, find an ontological, another 2-pointer, and close the game out. So 2 on the table. Getting the wage workers click, probably just taking credit. Looks like that's the 4th.
Yeah, you need to claw back that table full of things the runner has to worry about, because having a completely empty table as the corp is worse. Like, it's so much worse because you don't even have ice to slow down the runner.
I agree with you, but on 2 credits, I don't even know if you have to worry about any of this stuff. Like, Nico gets rezzed, but that's the only thing that gets rezzed here on tempo. Maybe if it's one of the 2 warm receptions, there's a clickless install, but there's no like flicker you want to do unless one of these is a spin doctor. So we have 2 clicks left here. You can definitely check. You want to use your Azimut credits. I think worst case scenario, you can take down the wage workers and not feel too upset about it. But there's not that much you actually have to do here. There you go. Funky Man chopping at the wage workers. We're going to spend 2 and 2 in a click, I reckon, just to deal with aggressive trend setting. And on 2 credits here, we'll see what's the best case scenario. No Magdalene trigger. See if it's a Nico. Ooh, we have the combo.
Ooh.
That's maybe the best case scenario. So both of these are going to be rezzed. Warm Reception allows you to install and de-res a card, which means that we should not struggle that much. Actually, with credits, we might struggle to get the 6 counters, or the 5 counters on top of the prototype.
Yeah, warm reception derez can get pretty disgusting, but it does cost credits, and
Yeah.
that's a bit of a obstruction here.
So my guess is Funky Man just needs to deal with the prototype next turn. The reception's probably not an issue unless there's a spin doctor on the table, but the credits are entirely attached to the big old thumbs up there in the Halo suit. This is a Bladderwort deck, mind you. We've seen now, we're halfway through our second game, I imagine, and we haven't seen a single Bladderwort. So that is one card that can be a bit more upsetting. You can't just trash it for 3. 3 does feel like a lot in the modern meta. But we'll see how Funky Man wants to unravel this board state again. On only 3 credits, I don't think you're too concerned about anything on the table. I do think you want to stymie the economy.
Yeah, this is feeling like, and you can just continue to play it safe. What is the corp going to do?
Yeah.
Score, put cards on the table? If you just check everything, they do not have a path to scoring without getting some kind of additional hindrance like Mr. Hendrick.
Powers that be, we're going to leave that. Just say, I'm expecting you not to score, let alone have another credit to res that. It is obviously a very powerful effect, and the deck does have Elevig, so you can just score from hand if you want to. Prototype second. We're going to trash that for Azimuth. We're going to spend a click here. You're now highly incentivized to run on your last click, which is a bit awkward for Maggie, but if you already spent a click, you might as well run another thing because you've dealt with the extra click tax on the trend setting. There's the Bladderwort. 2024 Cat Chen Alt Art. That is going to be, we're sub 5 credits, so that's going to be a net damage. Losing a Stone Chip, probably not happy to lose that. Get a credit back, so it would be a free res. That's the next target on this turn for sure.
Yeah, you can't let the Bladderwort keep ticking.
At some point, Radish has money. You can just let it go. But yeah, you don't want to be losing cards on top of losing Maggie ability on top of giving credits. So that'll probably go down next turn. I think this compilation might just sit for a bit. I don't know whether you want to simul-chip that back, whether that's better than simul-chipping back a Coalescence for credits. We'll see here what Radish wants to do. 2 wage workers are out. We haven't seen any Bass, and the agendas, there has to be at least 2 or 3 in hand. Maybe 2 in hand is reasonable. We haven't been drawing that much. Because the deck does have a lot of agendas. It's like 13 agendas and 49.
The one pointers will do that to you. You just
Yeah.
end up with such a density that your deck is a points pinata.
It's not only 6 1-pointers, but you have 3 ontologicals, which are like functionally blank 4/2s in the matchup. And that's obviously not good at this point in the game. But if the tables turn, we're going to be singing a different tune.
And that's why you gotta slow roll your deep dives a little bit, because I didn't see a click gain in the list. So you
just Hannah.
Oh, just Hannah. Yeah, so you gotta. So if you're gonna take a core damage to just land a deep dive before that ends the game, then you end up just enabling the ontologicals.
Running Bladderword on 3, spending 4 to deal with the trend setting. Again, on 5 credits, maybe you could assume there's an agenda on the table. I think the extra click game won't be too bad, but now we got to do a Hannah install, a Magdalene install, and that's going to be the simul ship installed there. For 1, I don't think we paid for the simul chip.
Looks like I didn't follow, or yeah.
No, we did because it was 5. We pay 1 plus Azimuth. Yeah, no, we're good. Triple install, and you see shuffle up, put on the table. If I don't know, you don't know. So one of these probably an agenda at this point. Again, Radish just emptied the hand, so it's very, very unlikely there's no agendas on the table, specifically in the new cards. Now, with the powers that be, like scoring out is actually a bit more tenable here, even if you're spending 4 credits to score out. Another trend setting, the game gets a bit interesting. And then I think you just have to kind of abandon the table and probably close out sooner than that. So we'll see what Funky Man definitely needs some economy here. We have 3 credits on the telework, and we can flicker Coalescence.
Yeah, Radish might be getting nervous about agendas in HQ with that copulation sitting there.
Installing the Nuka. We got some card draw pending. Are we just going to take the telework here? I think we can get an SMC on the table, but I think we're over MU.
Yeah, we are completely full on MU right now. The Azimuth does cost 2. It's a significant rig commitment.
Oh, Bladderword's huge here because we have 2 deep dives in hand. Now that can come back with a Harmony AR therapy, but that's obviously the circuitous route. So we'll see if this damage goes through. Again, 2 of these cards are deep dives. That's not a deep dive. That's just the Echelon, which is a perfectly cromulent hit point.
Yep, it's done the best thing it possibly could in this matchup.
Looks like we're scoring out. Going to score. There's a second trend setting on the table, and you knew there had to be an agenda there after the install. And now the first time you trash an installed card, it's either 2 clicks or 2 clicks for the corporation. Now you can do half and half, and sometimes I'd argue that is correct. But now with the Bladderwort ticking, you are kind of in a prison where I think this turn you probably just have to deal with the Bladderwort and say that's all your board state going into next turn. You only have 1 credit. But we'll also have a bit more information about what Radish is going to install here. It might just be a prototype. It looks like it's the card from hand. So the card on hand better than the card in the bin. And we know the card in the bin at minimum can be a Bladderwort.
Oh, so not good. Okay.
I didn't catch what that was. Was that a prototype?
I'm not sure.
Oh,
no, that's a Wage Workers.
Okay. Yeah, I'm surprised not for the double Bladderwort. Like, I don't think you're going for the kill combo here, but that first Bladderwort now costs you basically 3 clicks. The game is really, really difficult at this point. And it
puts the runner in such a hole to have 2 Bladderworts they have to deal with.
Yeah, this is only 1 though. I wonder what the Wage Workers is for here. We can't even res it. Funky Man looking at the hand.
You can use the Wage Workers just to, click for 3 credits, res the Wage Workers, get 1 more, and now you're set up for the 4/2 that you might have to deal with.
Here, I think we have to go for a double trash. So we're going to spend 2 clicks. The Corp gets a click. So we did the halfway mark there where you can have 4. And now we can check 2 other things. This is a cool line. So we found an Ingot 10. We have a click and 2 for that. So we're up on 4 points. That means a deep dive can close the game if you have 1 click gainer. So we need to find the 1 Hannah. And the bottom, I think, is now like 28 cards probably. To take the core damage, we do know most of the cards on the table. The one in the middle, I believe, is unknown. So we'll see if we want to draw here to get the trigger. Oh, looks like that's all their clicks. Yep,
Yep.
because of Thule.
Yep. Extra tax, you get a 2-click turn as the runner.
Two good clicks though. The Corp has 4. And on 1 credit again. This is not, as you said, AR enhanced security. You could just give the Corp a click half the time. Now this does allow the wage workers to get installed, so we'll probably just do credit, credit, credit. We're gonna click for 2 more. We'll get the click back. So we're back up to 2. And now we have the wage workers click. Oh, and we have another click because we have 4. Yeah, wait, that's so weird.
Click accounting is getting harder and harder.
Yeah, maybe wage workers is actually really good with trend setting because you count on getting the 4th click sometimes, but
Before you know it, we'll have click tax evasion.
install, and then we're on 3 credits. 3 credits is a big break point here. Threatening to score out a 4-2, not so much, but a 3-2 or 3-1, and then fire powers, which means Bladderwort's coming back, and I don't know if that's a sustainable thing for the runner to deal with. I think on 2 credits here, the runner really needs money. Looking at the hand, overclock is money, fermenter is money. One of those a bit slower than the other, but you'd love to be able to install the fermenter at the end of the turn.
Well, you could overclock the wage workers, take it out, spend all your clicks, spiting the corp, and then you just get the fermenter down.
Yeah, I think the wage workers is reasonable. It would be that or powers is my guess. Powers is pretty bad because the wage workers can come back. We're going to flicker the coalescence there. We haven't trashed a card, so Simulchip forces us to trash an installed program. So coalescence now can be targeted back. So that's basically clickless 4 credits. Pretty nice. Haven't found the Hannah yet. I believe the version Funky Man's playing is the Akira kind of motorcycle slide.
Yeah, and you might be
Striking.
looking to just stop playing this game with the table now that you have the 2-click tax on every trash.
Yeah, there's still, again, if you don't take core damage with an Ingoten in your score area, it's not that easy to score to 7. Challenging the wage workers here with the overclock. So we're going to waste a bit of credits here on the overclock. We're going to do the double click there. And now we probably want to run once more so that we can use the Azimat. So taking down the powers seems pretty reasonable here. Yeah, let's go, Funky Man. Taking that down for 2+1. And again, we've done our aggressive trend setting, and now we can discard a Simulchip or a Fermenter. Nice, very clean turn. So Radish here left with a board state, 3 credits. We know where 2 wage workers are, 2 bladderworts are. We'll see on the table, just a tranquility. So very expensive to trash that, but going to give the credits to the card draw to push forward. Oh, we gave a click back, did we? I think we might have.
We might have. It might have been click to draw because how
Yeah.
did Maggie get a card to discard?
I think it was Nuka, yeah. Spin. So now the hand is full if you want to send with Copulation. I think that was draw 3 cards there. I think Funky Man realized. Yeah, so we're just going to lose the click to draw. But that was like a, yeah, draw 3. All right, we're walking this back. Okay, so we have 2 clicks left.
Yeah.
So click 1 was install the spin. Click 2 has to be spent to draw because Autoradish accidentally drew a 3rd card. And if you ever can just spend a click to draw in that circumstance, that's how you fix that sort of board state. Didn't call a judge in. That's just kind of standard procedure. But in theory, again, if you're playing at any table and something like this happens, just call a judge over. It's their job to sort it out.
Yeah. So on this one, I bet the judge would say, okay, you spent a click to draw. Pretty
Yeah.
easy to fix.
That's a standard way to do it. Board state again on 4 credits. We don't know that a face down card between the Tranquility and the HQ that's been there for a while now hasn't moved. I don't have a good read on what that possibly could be.
Maybe it's Mr. Hendrick that didn't work.
Powers. Yeah, I think that's the most likely thing, that this is a trap. Thinking here with 2 clicks left. Again, maybe losing that click there off the draw is pretty rough, but we now have a full hand. We're worried about the pressure from the Copulation, which you can send. Maggie's money isn't fantastic. We have the Fermenter, which is 2 credits a turn. We have the Azamat, which is 2 credits a turn. So that's pretty good, but I do think we want to see another piece of economy on the runner side. Install credit up to 5.
Hold on. You can't put your credits in a row of 4 like that.
You don't do base 4. It's so much easier.
It's the worst possible base you could use. I can respect base 2.
Yeah, base 2 is fine. You need a big play mat for base 2, though. Funky Man's thinking here. This is the hard part. When you have a nuke on the table and a ritual in your hand, I'm tempted to spend the ritual, but we're going to click for credit. Something here we want to do on 4 credits. I don't think you need to take down the Tranquility this turn. The Spin Doctor will show itself out sooner than later. We're running HQ first click. We're going to use the compilation. You want to make sure here, you might end up taking 1 core damage because you don't have enough credits to steal 2 agendas. Checking the table, looks like there's a powers that be outside of that Spin Doctor. So we're going to see the whole hand, one at a time. Again, we could take multiple core damage. Measured we can trash that if we want to. This is not an installed card, and we are in threat 4, so that's a massive trash. Unfortunately, the Spin Doctor will bring it back, but now we're down to taking Thule damage. I think Funky Man is short 1 credit here to not take core, and I think it's likely we take core here. Top down. And Onto, at least stealing that for the core. We're on game point. We're 6-2, but we have to take a core damage here because we do not have the click and 2 credits. So we're going to lose a card from hand. There is 2 deep dives in here, and I'm pretty sure Funky Man is just going to go for the deep dive this turn, saying, I'm on game point with... Oh, we don't have credits for the deep dive. Nice SMC. Where'd you get that?
I don't know. Don't be sure. But if nothing else, you've gotten the ideal set of agendas to access. All of them are 2-pointers. You're not paying the Thule tax nearly as much as you could be.
Yeah, so no deep dive this turn. We're in no rush. We can do it next turn. We're down to 4 hand size. The measured is spoken for, and you want to make sure you always have 4 cards in hand. This deck doesn't have any way to do like a ping damage. So if you're on 4 cards, you're safe because it only has 1 measured, unless it's like measured, Spin Doctor back the measured, draw the measured somehow. That's the only thing that you can lose to. But at this point, Funky Man, knowing that the deck has no ice, is feeling really good just holding 2 deep dives, I think, and just closing the game out. Next turn. We don't even need click gainers here. I think Radish is in a really rough spot. Throwing out Pinel, throwing out SMC. Simulchip gets installed too. That's clicklessly 4 credits if you want. You can just send the Azimuth for a Coalescence, which is nice. Radish going through triggers, declaring not to spin Doctor, drawing an unknown card. Now going to spin. We have 4 in hand, so I think the measured response is safe here. So you could tempo measure just to get like the deep dives out of hand. You don't know they're in hand. In theory, I think you're expecting there to be 1 in hand, not 2. But if you do draw somehow to measured and play the measure, that is firstly all your credits, and then you do hit the deep dives, which at that point Funky Man can still win off singles, no problem.
Yeah, it looks like he took the mandatory draw before shuffling back to the Spin Doctor, so not looking to take that 1 in 30 to draw the measured response.
Yeah. Radish was very clear about that. I'm going to mandatory draw first, so I'm not sure what that he's looking for, but the measured is now back into the game. There might mean that we're going to start click 1 with a second Spin Doctor. That's usually what that play pattern means. Could be that's the card on the table between the Tranquility and the HQ that we're not sure what it is. But I'm pretty sure I saw that the outermost one is a powers. Checking our cards.
Just barely can't see. I'm leaning to the right to try to see what that card is.
It's a powers. Wait, this is expensive. I guess we can do this with Tranquility.
Yeah, I guess we're going for the 3-2.
Yeah, installing Tranquility. Bass is going to be used to get a click back, so that's a biotic labor. And now we can do triple events. This will bankrupt us, but it gets a card back on the table. Tranquility's already fired, but Ingaton just getting out of the game. So we're now 6-4. 0 credits though, and we have a pending trigger there on the powers that could reinstall a card from HQ or archives. So Bass is coming back now. That won't be res. We'll flip that down, but we're not threatening anything on this turn. No damage. The only credits coming in is from the Tranquility, and Funky Man is pretty comfortable here just to run 3 times and play the deep dive. We have enough credits.
And here we're seeing the hidden cost of 1-pointers, which is for all this effort, you're only on 4 points. Well, this could have easily been 5 or 6 points, although then we wouldn't have this cooked asset interaction tax for the runner if you'd been scoring regular 3-2s.
That's the game. Never mind. We're gonna go for a deep dive there, but that is it. Yeah, it's also with the one pointers. It's really hard to survive a deep dive. But Funky Man's stealing all of them 2 pointers, leaving most of the 1 pointers for the corporation. But the dive is coming back through there, 100% guaranteed. So well played to both players. Double deep dive, surviving a couple pings on the bladderworts, which feels pretty good.
The heroic echelon diving in front of the deep dives.
Yep, that's its job. Well played to both players. I wanted to see Radish was playing a Lou deck that he was pretty happy with, but unfortunately that'll be the end of his run here at the Megacity Pittsburgh 2025. But Funky Man is holding on, playing Atea on the other side of the table, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? No, sorry, playing Thule, not Atea. And we did saw that around one. So Funky Man will be back to play whoever has dropped down to lower brackets in the off-camera game. That's between Josiah and Seb K. So that'll be coming up in just a bit. You're watching the Pittsburgh Megacity Championship. My name is Andre for the Metropolitan Grid. Seb, how you been doing today? It's been a busy weekend of commentary, huh?
It has been such a busy weekend. You've been doing have you been doing this all day yesterday?
No, just a couple rounds in the morning. We have other folks joining in a couple rounds as well.
But this is a weekend full of Netrunner if you care to inhale at all.
It's been pretty exciting. And speaking of inhaling, we're gonna jump to a little break here. We'll be back with round 3 of our double elimination top cut in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Pittsburgh Megacity Championships. My name's Andre from the Metro Grid. I'm joined by Cephalopod Wizard. How's it going, Seth?
Going good.
Welcome back to the Thule cast. It is. We have three players left. Just to reiterate on the top bracket, we have Seb K won the upper bracket game. So waiting for whoever resolves this matchup to meet in the finals. We're again 3 rounds in. So far, runners haven't lost a game. And looking right now at the table, my guess is that narrative might not change. We have Funky Man who's playing Thule against Deep Dive Sable. This is iceless. We've seen these Sable decks just contest the table, get the economy up, and that's been rough. I'm not saying that we should count Funky Man out, but this is a matchup we saw on round one, and it can be quite tricky there for the Sable deck, or sorry, for the Thule deck. I think you really need to get your assets on the table. If you can hit one of the 3 deep dives from hand with a Bladderwort, maybe you got something going.
Yeah, it's a very, very difficult win condition to stop, especially when you haven't even put ice in your deck.
Yeah, no ice definitely helps. Now, a lot of the slots in this deck are dealt to cheat around ice. We're looking at copies of Backstitching. We're looking at copies of Estebrado. So Bravados as well. All those will be blank cards. There's like maybe 10, actually maybe 12 to 15 cards in the deck are blank. Boomerangs as well. But it still does have good economy. I believe Yesiah is playing a nearly card for card from the Deep Depression deck, the Deep Dive deck that was published on the first weekend by Asaka. I think the one difference is that we're playing, I think it's like a mutual favor got traded out for something. I did a comparison. It's no mutual favor, and instead we have a second copy of Info Bounty, I think is the change, which in this matchup, actually, that's going to work out relatively well, as much as that's a small change.
Yeah, earlier in the day, we saw Info Bounty was just
So
the
good.
entire economy versus Duel, and it worked out very well for the runner.
Yeah, we have no hard ass attack, so it's just going to be get your money up by playing your operations, or sorry, your events, and getting down that Info Bounty. That's a classic start. We've seen in, I think, now 2 to 3 of the games so far, where it's wage workers just immediately res 3 cards on the table. And with only 3 credits, what can corporation really threaten out? An aggressive trend setting might not matter too much. We're doing our mapping, so 1-2 should be HQ. 5-6 is archives. That's the worst mark by a mile on this turn. As much as sometimes you want to watch out and not have to deal with the Thule tax on this turn. If we look at the hand there, I do think we have 1 deep dive. We have some good economy. We have a Melandra gem, which will be useless again. All the icebreakers are also useless here, but we'll see if we just get our economy up and we play a sure gamble on whether we clean getaway one of these remotes.
You've also got the option of just clean getaway archive, so you make sure you don't accidentally hit a spin doctor with that thing.
Yeah, you might as well. It's safer, that's for sure. And drawing right into the info bounty now means that we can clean getaway a bit better. It looks like we're not. I think we're gonna now clean getaway the remote, which again is a bit risky. Spin Doctor is a bit of an ugly pop because there's nothing in the bin, but we're gonna card by DM instead. So that's gonna be another clickless 3 credits extra. And now we'll see if we check the table. We have 2 clicks left here. Checking on click 1, if you want to trade your whole turn for core damage or not for Hendrik is always ugly, but looks like we're gonna do gamble and then check last click is my guess. Our money's really good here. I wonder if we're just gonna ignore the table and deep dive. I think it's harder. Taking the wage workers.
Yeah,
Nice.
that really limits what the corp can possibly get away with. So you're not going to get an off-world office or anything like that.
There's the Bladderwort. We do have one of the 3 deep dives. Double Bladderwort.
Two
The
Bladderworts.
chance of hitting deep dive is more likely than not. So unfortunately, those snuck through. We know one of the cards in hand is a Clean Laundry. I think we know the hand is Clean Laundry, Melandra and Deep Dive. So one of those cards is more valuable than the others, that's for sure. Losing the
That
Deep
was
Dive
the
off the top.
one.
5 Influence, followed up by Melandra, leaving the Econ in hand. So those have to come down.
And it looks like a much stronger start for Thule just because you started punching the runner with your annoying cards.
Yeah, I think Yesiah here will have the credits to be able to stabilize and just trash these. And so it was just a couple credits, a bit of net damage. But Funky Man's going to go for that triple install again, just shuffle up. So glad the Wage Workers is down here. We know one of these is the Ingatan. I'm not too sure what else could be on the table. I didn't catch the hand. But on 3 credits here, if you can just deal with the Bladderworts, I think you're in a pretty comfortable spot. Roll your mark. Info Bounty is going to be super important. It's going to be R&D.
Very helpfully putting out the big green card for us.
Yeah, I like those. We're gonna get away R&D. We're gonna access with no cards in hand. Again, there's no bites or any damage that on access besides through latex. So you have to make sure you can spend a click and 2, which shouldn't be an issue. Info comes in after. Shouldn't really matter.
Yeah, pretty healthy on the economy. Having a look at
Jupe
Jupstad Grid. That's one of those cards where the corp absolutely cannot afford it.
Yeah,
But in the world where they can, then
it's a problem, especially with
it's a
Elevagaos.
problem.
Yeah. That is a card that hasn't mattered so far. The Tranquilities have been a bit more impactful. Second, we're going to draw, get into a Blueberry, so not that much better than just basic draw. It does give you a card for 2 cards. But we'll see again if we do with the Bladderwort. So we're going to do the Blueberry. I'm not always sure what the text is. I think you look at 2, bottom 1, then draw 2.
Yeah, I believe that is correct.
2 Bladderworts coming down for 6.
Yeah, it has to go. Like, criminal card draw is just the basic action card. You can't be losing half your turn to refilling after the Bladderworts.
Little in the credits coming in. So we'll see what we res here. Bouncing the info bounty won't be too bad. It's never the most expensive, but we're going to start with the bounce engine. Res the prototype first before we res something else, like a Spin Doctor into a Warm Reception would be the best case scenario. We get a Nico as well, ready to sing those in the right order. So we're going to start a turn here on 3 credits. And we can click for 3 a couple times. So more things that have to go down, but you see Sai here struggling to get the card draw up. Again, this is one of the big things when you don't spend any influence on anything else besides Deep Dive is you can't play cards like Nuka. So all the draw in this deck is Class Acts, and then of course we have 3 copies of Lilo, which is also pretty good, but sometimes can be a bit annoying when you're kind of click taxed on checking a lot of different things. Turn to the Jupe stat, we have a Nico to follow.
Yeah, Lilo is the best criminal card draw that we've gotten in ages. But also it has a really severe limitation to it. It's the bad mode of Creative Commission that we're still very excited about.
It's like, it's not flexible. It's not that much worse than Nuka, right? Like 2 clicks for 4 is not awful. That problem is you have to do it all at once as opposed to Nuka where you can kind of offset. We got an HQ mark there again. I do think we know no cards hit the table this turn, so we know there's a Jupe stat in there. I think we saw Nico and a Powers get drawn. And we have a clean getaway. This card is important. I think your run events actually, I don't think you have to ration them, but they're very important in the matchup because you need Swift really to be able to like do a good deep dive and not take core damage. So we'll see. We played a Carpe and I think 2 clean getaways so far. The Bravados are unplayable in the matchup. Powers that be, trash for 3.
Scores left to go.
Yeah, both sides of the table have some work to do. Deciding to trash this for 3 or not. Again, the cards on the table probably are attracting a bit more heat, but the money's not bad. We're going to trash that for 3. Going to get 2 more back from our info bounty immediately, and we got the click back there. So we drew the Class Act. This deck does not run open market, so you're going to have to install that for 4 the hard way, which you're pretty happy doing. We'll see if we take down the Nico. 3 credits is pretty good. But it looks like we're going to take down both of them. Pay 4.
Yeah, it seems very realistic to just strangle the economy of an Iceless Thule deck. So
yeah,
either they get away with everything, or you can just make sure they never get off the ground.
So Class Act draws 4 there. We drew a bunch of dead cards, though, unfortunately. Astabrato backstitching, totally useless. Just kind of hit points as much as Bladderwort's the only damage that can be done. You can probably take 1 core damage in the matchup for what it's worth. As soon as you take 2, that's interesting. The hand has, again, mostly dead cards. A Lilo, though, and a Blueberry Diesel. It gives you some more draw options. And on only 1 credit, it's a bit hard to get out of here. I think you're functionally on 3 credits because of the info bounty. But we'll see if we find a Carpe Diem.
Tranquility, arguably the stronger economy card. That if you had a strong tech card to get rid of assets, that's a really high priority card to fight over.
Yeah, and this list doesn't have influence to spend on Baya Bands or Azimat or Fueno, so it's just going to be the raw credits. We'll see if Thule can keep the deep dive off again. There's only 2 more in the deck, and I do think you want to land both of them. It's hard to land them in the same turn unless you're committing to win. Turn to Ingatan. The measured response, I think, might be in hand. I'm not sure if I caught that correctly. We're nowhere near threat 4, but very important card.
Yeah, measured response is in hand. And it does not look like the runner is going to be set up to pay off the 8 anytime soon.
That's R&D again. So an easy check. Get some information on what's being drawn, which is nice. Get 2 credits. We'll see if we start here with the Blueberry or the Lilo for the first 2. Oh, transfer, but of course. So
right,
can we duck this? The Jupe stat might be on the table. And if you can duck the Jupe stat here, I think you would. So a bit risky. Looks like we're going to start to res a Nico, so we're down to 3. That means we can't res a Jupe stat, but we can duck even further with a Bass. So this is just take a tag.
Completely ducked.
Pretty rough transfer. Now, transfer is not optional, and generally you will res right when the runner consents to access, so you can't jack out anymore. So you just take a tag and get a regular access, which is not great. Flip a card. It's the ingots end. We don't have the
Ooh,
credits. We're
no
taking a core
money.
damage here. Oh no, the we were hoping to get at least a credit off of the transfer. Unfortunately, taking our first core damage, losing the backstitching isn't a problem, but we're now down to 4 hand sides. The ontologicals are 3/2s. That definitely does help here. The tag, you don't really have to clear. I think you're mostly trying to protect your info bounty, which is very valuable. There is another in the list, but we don't have the money here. Again, we can bounce R&D. The problem is, again, if you steal another agenda, you don't have the credit up front. You get the info bounty after the run is successful, so you will take another core damage.
I think we're starting to see the sales pitch for why you should be playing Iceless Thule in this tournament.
Yeah, there's the click for credit. Now we're checking R&D. Yeah, Saya being very careful there to make sure that we don't run in there, take the core. So R&D run is clickless check. This will actually put you on threat 4, but the money isn't there if you steal. Looks like it's going to stay. All right, imagine you have to clear the tag to protect your bounty. The Blueberry Diesel's pretty reasonable here. You could have done that first to maybe get a run event, but I do think you're going to want to keep some run events for the Swift turns. Dealing with the Nico is also very reasonable. I think you could deal with the Nico, clear the tag. I think you have to deal with the Nico here.
Yeah, I think that while Tranquility's hard to stop, the Nico is not, and that's going to go.
Yeah,
that's going to go about as fast as the Tranquility, but Tranquility requires further maintenance.
Yeah, you might not have to clear the tag here.
Oh, I think you have to clear the tag. Like in the same way that we were willing to go broke to cut off corp economy, they would 100%
Yeah, maybe.
cut off your info bounty.
So we drew a maintenance axis. That looks like that's going to be bottomed. I didn't catch the other card. Yeah, this sort of interaction where you do Blueberry Diesel into Class Act is so strange because you do the scry first. That's not a draw. And then you draw 2, which is 3. So in theory, you can draw like none of the cards you saw. Looks like we got a Carpe Diem, which is a great bounce back, and a Swift, which is a nice combo. We've already played a run event though, so that's not going to work. Looks like we're going to charge down the Nico campaign, destroy the advertisements for 2 credits. We'll see if we clear the tag here. On 1, you can bounce up really well with the Carpe Diem if you click for a credit next turn. Oh, looks like no, we're floating the tag.
Nope.
We'll see if Funky Man can just install top the Tranquility and trash the info bounty, but with not a lot of credits here, that might still be like a hard play. I do think the info bounty is really important. Install for 2. Considering the hand. Yeah, there you go. Trash info bounty. That's going to hurt.
The best the runner can hope for is drawing the next one pretty quick because
Yeah.
I don't see incoming money outside of that. We have the Carpe Diem and if whatever you draw. But
Yeah,
we banned Rizeki for a reason, and that's 2 Rizekis.
this is, I think, the one big change between the soccer list is that this is on 2 info bounty. Now, we don't have it. I'm not sure if we bottomed one by this point, considering we had one. So unless you boomerang shuffle, which, remind you, is impossible in this matchup, that'll just be on the bottom of the deck. So checking the bin there. Looks like I don't think we saw the second info unless I missed it. Card in the server. We're on 0 credits though. So the corp is not threatening anything here. This is not a Rashida world. So you can just kind of recover. You can clear the tag if you think it's necessary. Altamod considering here what he wants to do. Again, 1 credit short has caused a huge issue with this matchup. Running HQ, hoping for the transfer. Instead, finding with just a tag and not enough credits to steal the 1 in 3 Ingoton. That agenda steal is actually the worst thing probably on that board state. Losing the info bounty for that and still having the tag to deal with. Very awkward situation. I think we're going to do a card check here. Or sorry, deck check. This is open deck lists. Funky Man diving through the list as well. It's always important to check your opponent's bin to know what you have to play around. Quick check on Discord here. Yeah, more back to the deck lists. So I guess we're looking at the corp deck list here. What could be on the table? And there is no 0 cost cards. So there's no way to get credits here clicklessly. The Bast Chiraboga can pop off to get some extra clicks, but there's nothing on the table you have to worry about. The worst case scenario is that if you click for credit, you can seamless launch out a 2-1, but that doesn't seem like a play you really want to pursue. We know that it could be a powers that be in their remote server. You know, it can't be a Jupstad because those are 2 regions. So we don't have a good read. Lilo for 2, so it's going to be draw 5, bottom 1. Yeah, we got to separate those for classic cards. Judge calls out.
Yep, keep an eye on that. No sleight of hand. And I would never expect a Netrunner player to actually try to pull some sleight of hand. Just keep things organized.
I appreciate like legal sleight of hand, like oh, I'm going to grab a card from archives, add it to HQ, and then very quickly install a different card. In cases that you're allowed to do it, that's actually a skill that's worth practicing.
Sometimes the old shuffle up, install a random card. If you can keep track of the cards and it's not so random, it's a very fun little bluff.
Carpe Diem on HQ. We have the credits up front for the Carpe Diem. We're gonna get the click back, but not the 2 credits, which is definitely a bummer here. The money is stalling out a bit. Acts as a card. There's the measured response. We're far away from threat 4, but this is a trashable operation, the rare kind of card. It looks like Josiah saying you can keep that. It's fine.
We'll be
And look
back.
at that. A lot of those cards are kind of useless. We have the Sure Gamble I think we're working towards, but Breakers and Estabrados. So it looks like credit, Sure Gamble, bringing us up to 9 is going to close the game. Or close the turn, excuse me.
And discard your breakers. We can see the deck list. We do not need them.
So now we know, I think, 2 cards in hand. We know the Jupe stat. We know the measured responses there. We're 1 agenda steal away from threat, and that's actually kind of scary. Very importantly, this deck can't do any damage outside Bladderwort. So while we still don't have the 5 cards to play the measured response, if you just keep 4 cards in hand, you're relatively safe, unless the last Bladderwort hits the table. But it's hard to trigger the Bladderwort and then still have money to fire the measured. Like, that's also a very weird margin.
I think you essentially have to get to 3 credits, resolve Bladderwort, and then you gain a credit on the Tranquility.
Or prototype. And there's the prototype getting rezzed. So functionally, a click for 2 credits on this turn. That can't be something Josiah wants to deal with. And we had another card hit the far remote server on 3 credits. Now we are beginning to threaten. So at least scoring out the first copy of aggressive trend setting will make the remote really strange, or the remote's harder to deal with, I guess, more accurately. R&D is the mark. Again, we've seen so few agenda points so far. This is like the opposite of a couple of the earlier games where Funky Man drew, I feel like 8, 7 agendas in the first couple turns. We maybe seen 2, maybe?
Yeah, a pretty incredible underflow of agendas for a deck that has so many in them. When you're running the 1-pointers, a fourth of your deck is agendas at a minimum.
Running R&D there. I wonder if we're just going to do transfer at some point and float tags. Now, this is a pretty easy duck. We think Powers is on the table. That's duck 1. If there's a Jupe stat, you can't really duck that on 3. And so we're just going to send the transfer here and see. Like, I'm going to float tags. There's no greasing. There's no tag punishment. Let's see if you can res here and give some information, which does actually save you the clicks for running. I'm guessing we're going to res the Powers. Yeah, there you go.
And this is just a funny looking falsified credentials.
Funky Man here, missing the working prototype counter. That's actually really important when you're on 0 credits. Oh, there you go. So we get an access. That also tells us the card in the remote server between is not a resable card, or is a unique card, or is too expensive. So maybe that's the Jupe stat. Measure response. This again, Josiah says, yeah. We have a bit more money to deal with it.
This many credits.
Yeah, I don't know. It makes your runs better, but I think you have to deal with the prototype. So you're already 2 credits down. I'm not too stressed about this. The money's not going anywhere. Like, I don't know. What do you think that server is? Is it a Hendrix? We're trashing it for 3.
If nothing
Prototype.
else, you'll stop touching it in HQ every single time
Exactly.
you run.
That emotionally, that hits harder. When you ran it twice, you'd be like, if I trashed it the first time, I'd see a new card. I paid for multi-access. We're going to draw up here. We have the class act draw. I think we might have missed that. Maybe we drew already this turn. I'm not sure. So we need to deal with the prototype. We're going to draw up once more. Sure Gamble means we can bounce back really easily. 5 cards in hand. We do have 1 core damage, though. So we're going to discard a card. Shouldn't be a problem. But prototype's going to go down for only 2 credits. And we have to get rid of a card in hand here. Astrabrado shouldn't do anything, but sometimes you just need run events. Oh, we're also trashing Tranquility. Cool.
Yeah, if the corp is on 0, it will cost so much to come back from this.
Yeah. Top decking of wage workers. Double credit install doesn't really push the game forward. And look at the hand. There's no agendas. I think it's another Tranquility. It's a Jupe stat and a wage. So I don't know what's on the table that's face down. I'm starting to suspect it's a Hendrix or just a small agenda that we don't care about, but I think it has to be a Hendrix. Maybe a mana card?
You do have this chance to check while the Corp has 0 credits. They have to pay 2 to fire Hendrik.
Yeah, that's true. I just don't know if you need a check, right? We're also not installing on top of it, but triple install empties the hand. None of these are agendas. A lot of times a triple install to empty the hand, one of them is usually an agenda, considering how numbers work. But it looks like all the points in the game are still in R&D, and the mark, unfortunately, is on HQ this turn.
Not getting the ID value on Thule. Unfortunate.
Credit into gamble, we're up on 9. Whether we want to check the table here, relatively safe. Again, Hendrik can't fire, so as long as you have a click and 2, you're good. Checking last click is a bit scarier because of an agenda, but 2 core damage actually really does matter. Oh, we're checking this card.
Mystery card.
Oh, it's just Mingaton on the table. We're now on threat 4. Luckily, we did trash, but that's going to be a click and 2 credits. Up 4 points for Josiah. There's no 3-pointers in the deck, so we're going to have to steal 2 more agendas here. But Funky Man's still left with 0 credits, which means none of these cards can be res. There's no Rashida in the format. With a card in HQ here. Marks are getting more valuable. I do think those are both agendas. I think I saw an Elevagao. Resing a Tranquility, we're going to install on top of it. Probably getting the 2 to start threatening to res some of these. Looks like that's going to be the case. So holding 1 card in hand, you know if you get the HQ mark, you're losing that agenda guaranteed. So while this is a deep dive deck, we're just like checking things, like just basic fundamentals. We got so many clicks off of Sable. The HQ mark should be relatively easy, but this is just like, okay, do your homework, trash the things, get enough money, draw enough cards. And unfortunately, being on like sub 5 credits all game, you're not threatening a lot of scoring.
Maybe we need to put petty cash into these Thule decks.
Checking HQ, let's see what we got. Josiah says, Managarm Skunkworks, okay.
It's annoying, but the Corp can hardly afford 2 credits right now.
Yeah, we're actually trashing them. Surprised. I think on the table, you might want to check as well. We have a couple clicks left here. Again, that is the click back. Just randomized, checking the table. That's a wage workers. So I think we know by process elimination, if Josiah's tracking, you know the last card in the bottom pocket corner has to be the Jupstad grid because it can't be anywhere else legally, and the hand is empty. So the only card you don't know is the card on top of the grid, the Tranquility. Not sure you need to trash this going down to 0, considering the corporation is not threatening much on the next turn. I think the card in the remote server is the most interesting.
Yeah, you can definitely wait. And also, of course, if you keep a little bit of credits on hand, you can pay off the Thule tax.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, the corp can't really afford to res this, or more accurately, if the corp does res it. I think Josiah was saying that, yeah, I think Josiah's figured out that that has to be the Jupstad because of the region text. Very good. We don't see a lot of note taking, but like that sort of stuff gets really easy to forget. So if we have perfect information on the hand, there's only 1 unknown card on the table. Truly. Thinking about this wage workers, it is 4 credits, but if Funky Man reses it and gets 1 credit worth of value next turn, 1 click of value, you can trash it on the following turn. You do lose a click to check. Now we're checking the Tranquility. It's another card we can trash, and Tranquility has been super valuable to Funky Man's struggling economy. Oh, it's a Hendrik. So still not drawing any agendas. All the agendas are in the deck. This deck has, what is it, 11 agendas, and what R&D must be like 22 cards? It's like half agendas.
It is truly a really lopsided draw, and I guess the runner at least has to spend all their money just taking cardboard off the table, but Corp has no points and no trend setting.
So neither player's firing or trashing Hendrik. That would be all of Funky Man's credits, but then Josiah has to lose the rest of the turn unless you want to take a core damage. It does cost 2 to fire it. That's very important, 2 to trash. We're going to keep drawing up again. It's a class act draw. We want to make sure that money's coming in.
Is that?
That's a Swift, I think. I don't know if we kept the Swift, but it was one of the options. The other is a transfer. So transfer not lining up perfectly well. And throwing out the Estabrados again. There's a lot of dead cards in the matchups. All the Icebreakers, the Melander Gems, all of the Boomerangs, all of the Debrados, Bravados.
We're doing too good of a job. We're never going to get the full transfer wealth value.
Top deck unknown. We're going to res that Wage Workers. I'm imagining here you just click for 3 install. Oh no, we're doing the triple draw. Again, we know so many of these cards are agendas and they have nowhere to go. We haven't drawn an agenda yet. We haven't drawn an agenda yet.
Yeah, that's a top-down solutions over there.
I think the left card is a Tranquility Home Grid. I don't know how many cards are in R&D, but it can't be more than 25. And this deck is on 13 agendas. There's 2 in score areas. That's it.
The
Archives at the
archives.
mark.
That's not an incredible mark.
Yeah, without the info bounty, that's the bad mark for sure. We've got pretty lucky here with the marks on Josiah's side. Click one, we're going to draw. We get the double draw. Again, deep dive is a bit tricky because if you don't have those extra clicks with Swift, you will have the Sable click, and we did get a deep dive into the hand. Transfer wealth also not lining up well. Still with 1 credit, this board state is not threatening at all. We can just click for 3 credits, and that's going to be the play.
Thing is, with deep dive, you're on 4 points. If you just see 2 agendas, you
You just
can,
take
as long
it.
as you win, you just take the core damage. You
Yeah.
don't need to budget extra for the stealing.
We might fire for that, yeah. If you win off centrals, like, or you steal points off centrals, you pay for that to protect the deep dive. But yeah, on the last one, you don't care. And now we draw into the off-road office, which is the 1/4/2 in the deck, barring the Ontos, which are now 3/2s. Gonna just install that on top of the Hendrik, gaining 2 credits. Let's see, we have 2 more installs here. If Funky Man can score out this and get 7 credits. Oh, we're just scoring out. This is sick.
We
Wait,
did
no, we're
pay
a
for
credit
that
short.
back.
We have to play Seamless, right? Do we have Seamless in hand? Because
But
Funky Man popped the Bass. Oh no, this is so telling that there's an agenda in the remote server. Because if you pop the Bass, you can do advance, but you're short of credit. This tells you there's an agenda in the remote server, almost guaranteed, unless this is such a cool mind game. We're undoing the Bass. I don't know if Josiah is reading into this. That could be a bluff on top of the Hendrik, but that looks like an agenda. Now, the thing is that now that you know where the Hendrik is, that's the hard thing in Thule, is that if you don't know where the Hendrik is and you access the Hendrik first and then lose all your clicks, and then the second card you access as an agenda, you're taking the core damage nearly guaranteed. But now that we know where the Hendrik is, you always just access the agenda first, and then you access the Hendrik with at least 1 click left. So that makes this a lot easier to deal with. Oh, top down. We're further away from scoring out in terms of credits, but 2 cards in hand, 2 installs. We're not going to get Wage Workers this turn either. I think we drew into a Nico.
More stuff on the table, and somehow I think those were 2 non-agendas the corp drew again.
I think we still have a trend setting in hand now. I don't know if that was off the top down, but I think I saw the fish dress. RD is the mark. So here, I think you can tell there's agendas on the table, unfortunately, because of the Bass play. We'll see if Josiah counts in on that, or cashes in, or just goes for the deep dive. It might just be the deep dive, R&D run, get the click back. If this is an agenda, it's such an easy deep dive from here. Considering, looks like a trashable. It's a bladderwort.
It's a bladderwort. It's the last bladderwort. You don't want that to hit the table.
The interesting thing is also if you trash it, you just see another card with deep dive, which is worth something. But this deck has so many agendas, I don't think you're too stressed.
There's no way the deep dive whiffs. Surely.
You need to find a 2-pointer though. That's the hard thing. So all the Ontos are unaccounted for, and then we have 2 Ingatons. So now we're thinking.
Check
Next
the deck
turn.
list.
Yeah.
Might be counting how many 2-pointers are left.
I think we want to read the text on Hendrik. So I believe that means Josiah wants to run this server. So Hendrik again says, when you access Hendrik, if the core pays 2 when it's rezzed, you lose all your clicks unless you take a core damage. Or I said it in backwards. You take a core damage unless you lose your clicks, but functionally the same. The thing is, again,
you gotta have at least 1 click.
Yeah. The one bad thing is that this could be a double Hendrik server, and then you're guaranteed to take a core damage. But Funky Man can't pay for double Hendrik. Exactly. So this should be an easy check. Oh, that Bass play looked so good. We're just 1 credit short. Unless we had a Seamless, I think we can get out of that.
But the card was installed this turn, so you can't Seamless.
Oh my god, yeah, you're totally right. I thought we were gonna do like Bass Seamless. I'm like, wow, this seems so easy.
We've power crush Biotic Labor so much that it's if we printed Seamless with no restriction.
So there's a 1 and 3 to steal an agenda, which will make the deep dive really easy here. It is the agenda. So if you want to take the core damage, you're risking. I think it's either a 1 and 4 to hit the deep dive. So 25% of the time you're safe. Otherwise, you can spend the click and 2, and you still can deep dive and hope to find a 2-pointer. We're taking the core. 75% chance to be okay. Misses the deep dive.
We're fine.
We're now in 5 points for Josiah. 2 core damage means the Ontos are 2/2s, but now running archives. We have 2 clicks left here, which means you can even steal 2 1-pointers. Run archives deep dive. We're going to look at 8. This could easily be the game. I think Josiah says I should have trashed
That's
it. There's a
okay.
1-pointer.
We're shuffling it away.
We need one more. One more? That's it.
There's one more.
As long as you have 1 card in hand, you survive, taking 3 core damage. The 4th, the game is over. So that will be 7 points right there. Yeah, we have 1 click left there.
Just accounting.
Yeah.
You got to make sure the game's not officially over unless you move the cardboard onto your playmat.
Yeah, Funky Man showing there the off-world office come back into the powers that be would be pretty interesting there. Unfortunately, the agenda is not showing up. The credits not there, not being able to push out along the table. But look how agenda dense the deck is. Oh my god. Yeah, the deep dive only barely showing 2 points for that exciting ending. Well played to both players. It looks like runners are still totally undefeated in this top cut, but I do think the Sable matchup with Cthulhu pretty rough. There's a lot of deep dive in the top cut as well. So we'll see how Thule holds on. But in fact, that is the end of Thule at this tournament. It looks like the finals is going to be between Josiah and Seb K. Shout out to Funky Man, who's had a fantastic run this weekend, coming in 3rd place overall.
Yeah, we're gonna be heading into the lunch break shortly. We will be back after the break for the top cut. Go ahead and eat a snack, hydrate, and come back and join us for another to see how if the runners can keep it up.
Real quick, I want to shout out. I won't be returning after the break. We'll be joined by some other casters as well. But I just want to say thanks so much for having on the Steel City Grid. If you're watching the stream or the VOD, you want to take a second to leave a like, subscribe to the channel. Shout out to all the organizers. But enjoy the rest of the games today.
Always be running.
right, welcome everybody to our unplanned stream for Eternal. This is part of the side event at the Steel City Grid. My name is Dan, aka Funky Man.
And my name is Kevin.
All right, we have Ben Valentman against an odd Radish. Well, Ben Valentman in these parts. Be Blum to the rest of you on IG.
And Odd Radish on Arsana. This is a brew from, is this Baramus?
I believe it's Baramu.
This is a dedicated deep dive list. So it is going to be setting up for a very, very hard deep dive run with multiple hyperdrivers versus an IG that is extremely hostile to runners.
Ooh.
Oh, click one. Okay, you want to play 4?
Ooh. And immediately we regret playing against IG. 4 to trash Spin Doctor.
I'm playing indexing. That's how I'm going to pay the 4.
It's a hedge fund.
This is a hedge fund.
It's a hedge fund on a run.
I'm just gonna put these face up.
Sure. And is IG all trash costs are only installed?
All trash.
Actually, I shouldn't put them face up because this is what you bought me. Let me shuffle this away.
Yeah,
Indexing is sick.
right. You do have to bluff that there's an agenda.
If you don't like what you see,
I assume there would be an
do it
agenda
again.
that I was shuffling, but I guess not.
So, can we confirm, is IG all trash costs or just installed cards?
All trash costs.
Wow. Cost plus however many face down cards there are in archives.
Currently 2.
Alright. So 2 Joyride.
Restriction points in Eternal? I'm guessing.
7 agendas.
But they haven't really
Someone
revised
that's not
points
Fuji
since...
Obo, Fuji.
Oh, they just updated.
Keep it.
Oh, right. 'cause they have
You do get to draw.
Yeah, I thought so.
An Odd Rush was attempting to bluff a successful indexing run in order to pop the Spin Doctor in lieu of spending 4 credits to trash a Spin Doctor.
Did not work.
The bluff failed.
3 failed.
That cost 3 to trash.
Keep CBS. Last question. I will install pull up. Now, does this increase? Yeah,
Still have to
yeah,
pay.
still have to pay. Got it. All right. Well,
What's that?
Polog Political Operative is a common tech card in Eternal. You can use it to trash a card that was just rezzed, correct? But you have to pay the res cost.
You pay the trash cost.
Oh, trash cost.
Yes.
Oh.
It is a sort of, you in advance pre-pay for the click, but you get to at instant speed trash things on the board. So really good for defensive upgrades, things like that. Less good when IG taxes that as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it was actually a fairly easy bluff to know.
is this perfect information? We're getting close.
No, it's not perfect information. I mean, there are 3 Fujis in the deck. There's only 2 face downs here. They could all be in there. Yeah.
There.
They could all be in there.
But the Obo wasn't safe. He was joyriding.
Is it just like Back Pro, Fuji, Obo?
Yeah, the Obo wasn't.
The agenda sweep for this list is 3
3 Obo, 3
Fujis,
Fuji, and Philotic.
Melodic
Oh,
Entanglement,
no back pro.
No background.
no back row. Previous lists would use back row.
Right, because you flood archives.
Draw.
And also during an archives run, you put cards back in that stay flipped face down. Because of the weird timing.
3.
Oh, it used to be that way, yeah.
Oh no, it still is.
Wait, if
'Cause-
they run archives?
Yes.
So
If they steal a back row in
successful
archives,
run, you flip archives and then you
then you access.
But you can put in another card and they still have to access
They can
it,
access
right?
They will still have to access all the cards, but they won't get flipped.
But they won't get flipped.
Because the flip
Oh,
happened earlier.
That's weird.
Yes.
And I think the runner doesn't even know what they are.
Yeah, they have to choose, I guess, sort of randomly.
Yeah, so you can't access them in an opposite runner.
That's probably extremely powerful for IG, more so than the Fujis would be. But this deck is also running
Dirty
FUT,
Laundry HQ.
and so I think the FUT Fuji line is something that you have to watch out for. Whereas I think it would be just chip damage.
Right.
Though it does make Obokatas harder to steal.
Yes.
Put 3
Right. with a charged Obokata is
Or will we hit
extremely hard to steal, even off of the table, if IG decides they feel like scoring out, which is
one for chip?
likely not happening.
Likely not the game plan.
Bioethics Association being one of these extremely rude assets,
Ooh, and
Deep dive do I have?
it just hit deep dive.
30.
hitting one of the 3 deep dives in the list.
Is this IG deck playing any new cards? Besides that?
I think it's just 5.
Smaxmoon.
Semaximun,
Oh, okay.
a really good anti-AI.
You probably are on the quieter side, by the way.
Okay, yeah.
How much ice?
Like 4 or 5. Maybe the deck list we can go.
Yeah, it's like a crick.
Crick? Yeah, nice.
Does not have a crick in it.
Archives?
No crick.
No.
The one cost 6 strength code gate.
Is it Cortex lock?
I don't think so.
They might have one.
I guess Cortex lock wouldn't really make a lot of sense.
Gotcha. So the ice in the deck are 2 Smaxmoons, 2 Tachibola, and 1 Thimblerick. So there's actually
No
no
crick.
crick, no Engram Flush.
Tattoo Bola, if you can't even drop it,
Good question.
Your ice in here.
like, say drop moon, better.
4 less tall Afterlife, good.
Did you build any decks for Eternal London? I'm kidding.
Yeah, getting it.
I built the standard.
That's true. That's true.
Bioethics is like
They're
Blackboard,
50%
but
of
there is
the-
no
the
restriction.
There's no restriction. It just has to be uniced.
What was the turn?
No. Ritual hit. This part of the power level of this Ari deck is using Hyperdriver at the start of your turn to gain 3 additional clicks, and then you play Ritual turn 1
To
to
draw
draw
6.
6 cards.
It's a double diesel. And
Double
then,
diesel sounds
and then if
pretty
you draw any more rituals, you can play those too.
Yeah. And that should give you about enough cards and enough clicks to probably deep dive.
Yep.
Where's that balance? Oh, okay.
Some threats to watch out for when playing against IG. Obviously, Genshin Keeling is a really strong win con that can start restricting your hand size, and that makes some of the chip damage much more dangerous.
I'm gonna use this.
There's even a one of Chairman Hero in the deck. So if you res that at the end,
Of the runner's
Runner's
turn,
turn.
they immediately have reduced hand size. Two reduced hand size. Which
on top of whatever Keeling is doing.
yeah.
So we'll see if this comes up on the board at all.
As well as some Reaper functions, cohort guidance program to keep increasing the amount of face down cards, and it has flavor text saying something about advancing cards.
Simply flavor text. One of the really powerful counter cards that Ari has in this matchup would be Employee Strike,
It's just like a net return.
which gives you the chance to turn off the corporation's ID,
This is net per turn.
and you can trash whatever must trash
No,
assets
no.
you have to deal with on the board.
The Opus used to be
You just have to hope that that
running
doesn't get hit out of your hand.
What's it called?
IG has a counter current and
Vacation
probably
Ceremony, yeah.
not scoring
This one is not.
to try and turn it off, but the counter current is
That's the only. Is that the only deck? That
Enforced
uses
Curfew,
dedication ceremony to.
which
no,
also
Fever,
reduces your hand
yeah.
size.
Yeah.
Yeah. The IG is
Can get triggers from
extremely unlikely to score out to turn off a current.
damage, which definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
This would be the only time it's ever fired.
My favorite card. This Breach Donor list.
Click 2
Yeah,
draws.
it's IG. Yeah, it's IG.
Love it.
Okay. Click 3 Miramar.
Let's play it, right?
Shipment from Miramorph. Installing 3 cards.
Yay, Diesel.
Yeah, you do get to diesel. That's unfortunate.
But giving the runner 3 cards from new servers. They don't all have to be new servers. There could-
Yeah, Astrolabe is a powerful console, and I think it's good fortune that an Autoradish got it early. There's only one of in the
You
deck.
actually only get to draw 1 good card. Sorry, buddy.
Dislike. Okay. Before discard, I want to pull off and give it the biotics.
Okay. It's $4.
Yep.
Forgot about that card.
And I get 1 draw.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm gonna discard here.
Most of these decks today were put together for folks to borrow, so players of the Eternal Side event are all trying out new decks, playing them for the first time. It's been a great way to introduce a lot of folks to Eternal, and not feel as pressured to be an
Only
expert in
3
their deck.
face downs in archives.
I'm not popping Hyperdriver. Quick 1. Draw. Quick 2. Hot Pursuit.
Wow.
Hot Pursuit.
What the frick? Need money.
Hot Pursuit's in the deck as a really strong money card, but there's also influence and points, eternal points, spent on Aaron Marone in the list, which serves as a great tag card into a lot of tag matchups, but then also if you're firing Hot Pursuits, gives you free card draw.
What is it?
Enforced curfew.
I have no idea what that
It's a current.
It's a counter current.
It reduces your hand size. Which kind of combos with the game plan. Biotics.
Cohort.
Cohort. Yeah. The other thing. The one that works with dice. Ditch this.
Draw a new one.
Draw a new one. Forgot to do that last time. Miniature draw.
Too excited to discard cards.
I was too excited to discard cards. Draw. Three.
Swap 2 new servers. Okay.
Much like in the outco list, Cohort is a power card for IG here. Econ, card draw, and boosting the ID.
And we have the first Hyperdriver. RFG'd.
Woohoo! First Hyperdriver popped. Let's go. Place your bets. Are we playing a ritual?
Unfortunately, no. Alright.
He said no.
Let's install SMC. Click 2. Run archives. Do I die? Let's pop this for 3. Let's go get a prop.
Cards in hand.
Uh-oh.
2, 6.
Tatu Bola swap into multiple face down cards.
3 words you don't want to hear from your Jinteki opponent. Cards in hand.
Boost once. Where's this? And I want to break.
2 cards being shuffled back.
I will.
And finding an Obokata protocol in the bin.
Not use the elbow.
Okay.
Ooh. Choosing not to steal Obokata.
As well as a Chairman Hero. Extra points, but not from the bin.
Yeah, how many extra points is it if the runner accesses it anywhere else?
And trashes it 2.
2 points.
But
Wow.
I believe he has a trash cost of 5 or 6. Even base.
Before IG?
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense.
The executive
Getting
cycle
with
from
D4 dive too.
But that's the one that gives you points if you trash it.
yeah is one of the executives like Victoria Jenkins and Director Haas. They did have fairly high trash costs even for Wizard days.
I think I want to say it was Arzon, but perhaps it was somebody else.
It was Arzon.
Arzon put together. Was it an object?
Arzon's throwback oblist
Yes.
that used a highly protected Mavirus to fetch a singleton Chairman hero at the end of the runner's turn into combo killing the runner with a mad Wage Workers end of the line combo.
Unbelievable. The kind of viciousness you do not expect to see in throwback. Nonetheless, it was awesome.
I played against Arzon on that list. It was spectacular.
Yeah. All right. Indexing here for R&D.
Most awkward mulligan. It's fine. It's fine.
Would you like to spend?
Would I do that right now? Are you gonna run back?
What?
No, no action.
Oh, okay. No. So actually,
Yeah, yeah.
that was my. It was install one by one. So
It's confusing for you
dive.
because lefty.
And here's the deep dive with
It's the camera.
several clicks remaining.
Several extra clicks.
Do you win?
Fuji on top. An Obokata, which may be hard to steal.
It will in fact be hard to steal. I will steal a Fuji.
Stealing one agenda. And taking 2 damage.
If there are any deep dives in hand, you got to hope these don't get punched.
There is not.
No, but a hyperdrive route is tough.
Yeah, the Hyperdriver can be simul-chipped back.
Oh, that's true.
You can't get the Obo, obviously. Yeah. Just shuffle these back.
So 2 clicks left. Let's put to draw.
So what are points in Ben's list? Just oboe and reach down.
Quick to draw.
There are many.
And like bioethics, I guess.
For points list in the IG list, we have, I think Bioethics is pointed at 1, Breach Dome is 1,
Obo.
Oboe is 1, Spins,
Spins or points?
Spin Doctor is pointed now.
Why?
Yeah.
Because you got to in that Jackson.
IG itself is also pointed.
Net damage?
The identity is pointed.
I think basically, like, if you want to play a fair orc, or like a
Survive that turn.
Ooh, Employee Strike hit from hand.
Just one.
That's gonna hurt.
I played 2 against you.
You did play 2 against me. So
There's at least 2.
I feel like I can discard my second or fourth to this cohort. First cohort. Do this. Do this. Second cohort. This might actually be useful. I don't know.
Was I supposed to chip back that hyperdriver? I don't know.
Maybe. Did you lose a program that turn?
I did. Yeah.
Miniature
Oh, the
device.
SMC.
But I might need this to get through a
Explicitly tattoo bowl.
exactly that.
It
Yeah.
can't do summons.
On to draw.
So I believe there's 2 deep dives in archives already. 1 left in the deck.
2 3.
And I don't believe there's a way to shuffle them back in.
No. No recursion whatsoever. Except for Silent Shows.
2 new servers.
2 new servers.
Astrolabe continuing to pay off.
Definitely.
Cannot find a genotype in this area.
Click 1. Let's. Click 1 last turn. Let's do a top pursuit.
Here is the incredible Hot Pursuit
All voted.
alt art. Well, proxy. Drawn alt art
Alt art.
proxy. Drawn by our very own Kevin.
Keeper Reaper.
Breach Dome hit.
A Breach Stone from hand, dealing a meat damage and milling the top card of the deck.
Ritual trashed and Aaron Marone trashed.
It's only 2 to kill.
Only 2 to kill, and then it goes to the Archives turn.
Yeah, but it goes Archives face up. Or whatever.
With Obokata in the
It's still
bin,
fires, right? It's
with
still-
Obokata in the bin,
Yeah.
one more agenda hit here, whether it's on centrals, could end up stealing the game. But having enough cards in
Last night
hand
go
to actually steal the Obokata is
K5.
rough.
Okay. Bad news for you.
Oh,
Oh, can't duck low enough. Or that doesn't duck you low enough.
Ladderworks
Go
limitation.
off quick. Can I rewind that quick?
Sure. And that will do 2 to me.
We are rewinding to just one.
If you want to kill it.
Rewinding to reveal the hostile infrastructure that is on the board.
There's no information revealed.
There is.
Colin chose to trash, but
The amounts of res your other cards.
oh, but
no.
this is a casual game of Eternal in which things are moving fast.
This is a friendly game.
It's 5. It's still a hard
trash. What are you doing?
As friendly as a game with hostile infrastructure can be.
Oh man.
Is this deck running hostile infrastructure and hostile architecture?
Yes, it is.
That's horrendous.
Also, hostile
That
infrastructure.
was fine, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, the rewind was fine.
Yeah.
Hitting the third deep
Rules-wise,
dive.
it was fine. I think Marcus was just saying the oops of like revealing the extra face down.
Yeah, but that was my information.
Oh, right. Not as like a
That is the last
fraction,
deep dive,
just as
and
Last deep dive hit out of hand. A brutal turn.
In addition, 2 Bladderworts res now. At a current trash cost of 6
so
each.
the bladders put you on 2 and the cohort puts you on 4 if you eat trash with it.
Okay, draw. Oh, yeah. Then trigger.
They were just now. After the Bladderworts.
Shouldn't it be on 6? Bladder to 2, cohort to 4, trash to 6.
Oh, probably true. Yes.
You did.
I got good money back.
Ben, did you take money from the Bladderworts?
No, it didn't.
Yeah, you should get 6.
You have a card.
I have a card.
I think.
I mean, really bad shape.
I think this is actually the play.
Oh no!
Kakurenbo.
Is that just one?
I'm gonna delete this.
Wow, yeah.
There's a 1 of Kakurenbo to
Cards go face down
turn everything
first.
face down, including you can discard anything from hand if you'd like.
Trash any number of cards. No, I don't want to trash it.
And then, yes.
Yeah, and you have to assume that this is the
I'm gonna.
Obokata that was in Archives. It just to tell you. You have to assume this is the Obokata from Archives.
It could be more hidden, but yes, it is the Obokata.
It could be a Reaper.
It could be anything else.
Film critic.
Ben,
It'd be entirely reasonable to be a Reaper, right?
Ben was fairly clear about taking the Obo and installing it.
Ooh.
What happened to your symbol chip?
Sitting right here.
Use it.
Film Critic installed.
So this, I might.
Remind me what this does again?
Here, I think.
What does Film Critic do?
Film Critic steals agendas.
Comes back.
It can host up to one.
Legally
Sorry,
Spend 1
legally
grade,
distinct stealing.
and then I will film critic.
The act of theft, but not stealing.
Kind of like compilation.
Yeah. Can, on access of an agenda, host the agenda on Film Critic, and then at a later point, spend 2 clicks.
Well, that doesn't put you low enough. Yeah, you can fire it that over.
Oh,
Dang.
and the Bladderwort kill. Brutal game, but fast. Faster than the usual IG grind.
I could not
You didn't
find.
need to steal that.
Steal what?
The oboe there.
I didn't steal it.
Or you didn't need to run for it.
You didn't even need to contest it.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
gonna
fair.
score it.
Yeah,
But it was fun.
It was fun.
yeah. I probably should have just drawn up again.
I'm not trying to score it.
Yeah.
I just needed it to not not be in archives.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna score it to get it out of the game.
Yeah, that's
'cause
what I
I couldn't
figured.
fucking find
Yeah, I figured you would score at that turn because that also lets you dodge low for Fireboard.
any of these cards.
Yeah, the 2 of genotyping, the 2 of spin doctor. I guess one.
Oh,
one
it's 2 of each. No
Yeah.
wonder I couldn't find them. But still,
Simulation.
one spin got used, right?
two spins got
2 spins got used.
Oh
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, just needed it to be out.
And a 2 of simulation reset.
Thank you for joining us on our eternal pit stop.
How did we do on time? 15
So
minutes.
15 left.
We could play Nebula in that time.
You can play Nebula.
Can you fast advance in the deck?
What?
Can you fast advance?
This deck is not
In Nebula?
No, the IG.
IG.
No, what's the melodic?
It's just there as a like
2 points.
It's just that I killed him.
Oh, why don't play? Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, so you're just holding it like in a remote they can't get into if they have.
Put it in
There's
there.
so much on the board.
It should arguably just be a back pro.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering if what's
think
the
it should
other?
be a back
What's
row.
the 5/2 fetal AI?
Fetal AI.
Could be a fetal.
Oh, yeah, it could be a fetal.
Yeah. Because that one only triggers when the runner has agendas, right?
When they're stolen agendas, yeah. It's 1 damage per agenda stolen
In the runner square.
in the square
area.
area.
Yeah,
They're
so
only ever
Melodic's
gonna
only
have
doing 2.
Yeah.
Max, yeah.
So the reason I knew your indexing was a bluff was 2 Fujis here and Melodic in here.
Oh, okay.
So there's like 1 Fuji.
There's 1 hit.
Conceivably steal.
Yeah.
And if you steal with the cut, I don't care.
Yeah.
I really needed the spin doctor to stay there.
Pull off was actually like decent there. And
It was pretty good.
possible that I should have gotten rid of the pull off or instead of or
The-
gotten rid of the spin.
the
If
spin?
you got rid of
Yeah.
the spin, you would have. I would have had to compromise more agendas. Both spin shuffles were agendas. All 4 spin shuffles were agendas. So that was pretty awkward.
And this runs hostile architecture and it runs
Infrastructure.
hostile infrastructure.
And infrastructure is not unique,
Infrastructure's not right.
which is
It's brutal.
and works on centrals.
Does hostile infrastructure do 1?
Well, it does 1,
Yeah.
but it does 1 every time,
Oh.
and it doesn't have to be previously installed. So
I just needed to get the agenda into my score area.
It's just RFP.
Yeah.
It's not like
Did you shut us down or we
Score
are?
it with like the co-work, yes, or something.
cool.
Good morning, Netrunners. We are back with the Pittsburgh Megacity Finals. We have myself, Cephalopod Wizard, on commentary, as well as a new guest coming in, Cranked. Well, I just heard Cranked a moment ago. We'll check back in on that one. But we are here in the grand finals. We have Josiah on the left playing Sable, coming in from the lower seed. Oh, wait, the sides, they're backwards. But on the right, we have Josiah playing Sable, coming in from the lower seed. And on the left, we have Sebastian K, who cruised through undefeated. And so far today, we have been seeing nothing but Thule. But today, at last, we have the terror of the cut, Auko.
The big, goofy golden egg. Hey, am I coming in loud and clear now at this point,
You
Seth?
are coming in loud and clear. Welcome.
Wonderful, wonderful. Big shout outs to Discord for making my audio settings complicated.
Shout outs to
I'm just
Discord.
I'm just glad to be here. So this is Auko versus Sable, Seth, talk me through this matchup. What are you expecting to see here? Obviously, we have access to both these players' lists, but give me your kind of thoughts on the texture of these games.
So in contrast to the last game where Sable had just a huge amount of freedom and power to do what you want to the corporation, in Auko there's going to be a lot of net damage, and there's going to be these effects like bladderworts that are going to keep triggering, and there's going to be spiky ice you have to be afraid of, and the runner's going to have to walk on eggshells to navigate through this matchup without accidentally giving the corporation a ton of cards.
Ooh, that's a copy of Angelique. That's a copy of Angelique on HQ. Speaking of damage, I mean, it's not exactly net damage, but it's the next best thing. It's meat damage. A bit of an interesting include in these Auko lists. Typically, you want to get this thing online after you've got the hostile infrastructure rolling. The idea of hitting Angelique for 2 meat damage and then having to pay to trash it by taking another 2 meat damage, it's a tough one to swallow. Very, very bitter pill, I would say. But Auko loves any sort of just random kind of incidental damage effect and random incidental trash effects. You really want to get those Auko triggers rolling. It's just pure gasoline in the tank for this identity. Very, very powerful stuff. Proved to really be a real boogeyman of the format after Elevation dropped.
Yeah, and we see this is if I recall correctly, this is the Deep Dive Sable list that we were watching before the break. So no influence on anything but deep dives.
Deep Dive Sable against Auko is a really interesting matchup here. Ooh, that's a big steal. 3 points right off the bat. So as I was saying though, Deep Dive versus Auko is a really interesting matchup because Deep Dive is a card that you often have to hold in hand for a number of turns, and the thing that often happens is what just happened right there, where you just happen to bump into a card like Angelique or Anemone, or you hit a Bladderwork gets rest, and it just happens to get popped out of your hand. So these Deep Dive Sable lists, in essence, often have to play like influence-free decks because you just cannot bet on holding Deep Dive in your hand with any degree of reliability against a net damage deck like Auko.
Yeah, Deep Dive is both a huge waste of influence, but it's also some of your best outs to a very dangerous board state in the end game, where you might just say, okay, I'll just take 4 points out of the deck, thank you.
Yeah, in the instance where you do get to keep it in hand and you do get to fire it off at any point, it's going to end the game. Auko tends to have issues with flooding. The agendas have to go somewhere, and the thing about the Auko ability is you do have a lot of control over where they go, but they're flowing out of R&D and into HQ and archives much, much quicker than they would in any other identity.
Yeah, as long as you don't die, the deck mills itself out rapidly. You're looking at the top 3, one of them goes to the trash, 2 go to the hand. It's it's a type of card draw that does not have a long-term viability to it.
Correct. It sort of puts it at odds with the often prisony nature of these Auko lists, particularly the ones similar to what Seb K is running, where he's running Hostile Architecture. Most of the time, that card is going to be used to, as I put it, put the screws into the runner and start tightening them. But Auko really wants to use it more as almost as a combo piece.
Yeah, they tried to just make it so that it's a lose-lose to clear out those bladderworts.
or the cohort, or just the PGB, or just whatever nonsense the Oko list is going to be installing. Here's an iced remote. Leaving the centrals open against Sable is a dicey proposition, but
Yeah, in previous rounds we saw successful navigation around getting doofed by, it's transfer of wealth now. We saw successfully dropping your credits to 0 as you defend it, but that's not going to happen today. If the runner wants to transfer your wealth, you are going to give them the full 6 credits.
Ooh, Revolver go into hand for Josiah. That's a really important one in this matchup. Oko tends to run a lot of sentries, things like Saisentan, just things that'll absolutely ruin your day. That being said, I believe Josiah's list, the only killer is that single copy of Revolver, so it is an inherently finite resource. Here is Info Bounty.
Yeah, Info Bounty was utterly clutch in previous rounds because centrals are totally open. So we'll see if Alco can manage to spare the time to ice up all the centrals and turn off the spigot.
Looks like Petty Cash and Cohort Guidance Program into the bin there. I believe that was off of the Oko trigger from last turn. Yeah, Info Bounty is a card that's been really, really overperforming for me. So many of these corp decks that are running around the current metagame just aren't really able or willing to heavily ice their centrals. So having at least one central that you can kind of exploit for free or cheap, or even runs at a profit, hey, I'll take that deal anytime. There is Revolver. The gun is good in this matchup. Cohort Guidance Program.
Yeah, and it's so good because the card that you're losing, you're not really losing the card. You're just trading it for something else and filling up Alco for a later draw. But this, of course, accelerates the problem of you've trashed 2 cards to draw 3.
Cohort Guidance Program, often just one of the strongest things you can be doing in Alco. If you can get this thing rolling for even 2, maybe even 3 turns, there's a lot that you can convert that into. It's just everything you need. It's money, card draw, Oko counters, and occasionally you can use it to advance in agenda, or I suppose if you have anything else that, any other random advanceables that happen to be in your Oko deck. Here's Petty Cash getting removed from game.
Yeah, Petty Cash, huge value add to these decks because you throw it out off of there's the 2 halves of it. The underwhelming play it for a click half, and then the clickless out of archives. And you have all these ways to just throw it in archives, and then it's like a strike fund for the corpse.
Yeah, Petty Cash has been quietly one of the most powerful cards in the games that I've played from Elevation. I've just almost never been unhappy to see it in my deck. Even if I do have to hardcast it on click 1, I don't care. Now it's in the bin. It's very important. Just a sneakily good card with a ton of really interesting interactions between things like Plutus and Nebula, and just a really, really sneaky card. Really like it.
Yep, and then we see Corporation thinking a bit here, because we do have a intimidating defense, just something totally unknown in front of your cohort, but no other table to speak of. So if you don't do anything, the runner doesn't have to respond to it.
Yeah, I feel like Seb's at a bit of a fork here. He probably wants to either choose to set up his board, and by that I mean the remotes, or start icing the centrals to start guarding against giving Sable too many free clicks. Like, he's going to split the difference here a little bit with just one new remote, and we're going to ice the 2 key centrals in HQ and R&D.
Do you see an R&D mark, and you could dive into the unknown? You do have your wonderful Revolver, though only one of them, and that's going to be a real limitation here for the runner, because that's like you run 2 Sisatons and you're done, and now you're just face checking all the sentries.
You can run through the anemones for a while, but it's not something you really often want to do long term, especially against Oko, where it's just giving them free triggers. But sometimes desperate times call for desperate measures, as it were.
I'm looking over the deck list, and I do see 2 Sisatons and a Tithe.
And 3 anemone.
And 3 anemone. And not that much to go through.
The 3 anemone is basically like a snap include to every Oko deck, right? Like it's got to just be the best thing going.
It's so gross. You get a counter from the card you trash from HQ. You get a counter from the damage effect. You get a counter from the subroutine.
Okay, there's the tithe. That's not that bad.
You probably have to let this fire because you can't. Well, no. Okay, we're revolving.
Yeah, I think you can break the net damage. I think you're always going to let SebK have the credit here. Oftentimes these Oko decks actually want to dip low on credits. Granted, Josiah does have the information that there is no Bladderwort in this list, so the credit's all upside. But even still, I think you're perfectly happy to let SebK have the credit.
Crushing Foot out of R&D. Powerful new card from the set. You thought Personal Evolution was gone. No, we just moved it onto an asset.
Yeah, PGB is just oppressive if left unchecked. That is the closest thing I think we have seen to an absolute must-trash card in a very long time.
Yeah, it's the first time an agenda is scored or stolen each turn, do a net damage, but also you can spend power counters to up to 2 to do 2 more or net damage. And how do you get those power counters? It just accumulates them at the end of the corpse turn.
You just let them sit there looking pretty, and after 2 or 3 turns go by, touching any agenda is often just a death sentence. We're talking about taking 5 damage from a Fuji asset retrieval. We're talking about taking at least 3 to 4 net damage off of a simple sting. Even just any blank agenda would be dealing up to 3 net damage on just by touching it. Just an absolutely oppressive card for Jinteki.
Yeah, and it can really exploit this phase of the game where you have to play cautiously and let things sit in remotes for a couple turns while you work out whether that ice is safe to go through. And then suddenly we're in the state of every agenda is a possible 3 damage.
Second cohort is essentially giving SebK a free Oko trigger every turn. Granted, it is going to cost a lot of cards out of hand, but I think you're perfectly happy to fire 2 cohorts a turn and then get the Oko trigger.
Well, the future is doomed anyways. We got to get that money now.
It's my money and I need it now, says SebK.
Trying to get a look at the hand there. I think there's got to be an agenda in there somewhere.
There's no way he hasn't seen an agenda at this point. What are you looking to score out first here? You're probably pretty happy to start scoring stings, at least to make the next few more painful. But I think you probably just want to get a 3-2 out of the game, right? One of these Sericultures or Longevity Serum.
Yeah, I'm looking at okay, is there Regenesis in here?
No, this is a no Regenesis list. It's a very fair looking agenda suite. 3 Fuji, 1 Longevity Serum, 3 Sericulture expansion, 3 Sting.
All right, so we're not going to be pulling four agenda points off out of archives anytime soon. We do have the 3 moon pools, so for all the fairness, it does have these turbo biotic labors on tap. And all this Alco throwing things to archives does provide you a lot of possible fuel and plausible deniability for Moonpool plays.
Yeah, Moonpool plus the Alco ability just gives them a lot of control over where the agendas go. You have a lot of, obviously preloaded information. You're seeing all the cards that go into the bin off Oko, but then Moonpool just gives you 1 layer of extra control to get them out of archives. That combined with Spin Doctor, and you just have a lot of control over your agenda flood. Here's another double ice remote. Feels like we might be scoring an agenda here, or trying anyway.
Yeah, probably laying down one of those 2 pointers, or if we're feeling ambitious, there's a secret mode on Cohort Guidance Program where you turn cards in archives face up to seamless launch something. It's pretty good.
Hey, could you be using this to push out a Fuji? That's a pretty good one to score out pretty early.
Yeah, that'll get you on par with the runner, where the runner's currently probably feeling confident because you have to steal only 2 more agendas and you don't have to worry about a possible 4 agenda steal. And if you get to that same parity on the corp, then that's a big relief.
The mark is archives this turn, so I wonder if that's going to give Josiah any sort of incentive to flip archives face up. Here's Swift. Yeah, it looks like we are going to get the Carpe Diem run into archives. This is heads up. This stops you from losing it stops Seb from scoring a copy of Fuji asset retrieval next turn. Doesn't diffuse the threat of a 3-2, but still, you're pretty happy about that. Oh, there's 2. Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Speaking of stings, I bet you wish you had managed to score one before this happened.
So that's 2 damage right there.
That's 2 damage, 2 outco counters.
I think Josiah's probably pretty happy about this because it looks like he's got 2 clicks left to just draw back up. I don't know if there's any way Subk can kill him from this position. At least with this board. We are a threat for Angelique, but that's only 1 damage. Oh, especially with the Lilo coming out.
Yeah, drop to 5.
Yeah, Josiah's probably going to be feeling pretty comfortable, especially knowing that he's up against a deck with a bunch of 3-2s in it. Well, I guess 4, but still, that's a bunch of 3-2s to me. So if Josiah's sitting here threatening game point.
Yeah, that is a bunch of 3-2s. All right, and then there is fun technology you can do with the cohorts. It's a card that just has so much text on it that you could trash your face down card, or trash a card from HQ on the one of them, and then turn that card face up for the other for an advancement counter. I don't think that this deck is one that's super excited to try to over advance the Sericulture expansion. There's not really anything happening there.
Yeah, interesting choice to go with Sericulture expansion in the deck rather than something like Project Yagi-Uda. I mean, not that the Yagi-Uda counters get seen too terribly often, but it feels like it might be. It's sort of a Mitra Amon-esque adjacent effect. So, be interested to pick Seb's brain about the inclusion of Sericulture expansion. But not rushing out to score or even advance that card in the remote could be one of these upgrades. There's still another copy of Angelique as well as Daniela Jorge Inacio and a Mitra Amon. Looks like we are seeing an advancement counter come down on that card. No advanceable traps in the list, so that's signaling it is an agenda. Could be third sting, though, so it's not necessarily the winning agenda for Josiah. I don't know that Josiah is even in a position to challenge this remote. There's a lot of hard ETRs in this list between 3 copies of Tattoo Bola and 3 copies of Fly Swatter as well. The gun, not so good against any of those.
There's also the risk that this is a ploy to make you use all your revolver counters to come and see the third sting.
Sure, yeah, double Sisenton, or I mean, that would be painful for this revolver to have to deal with. It could do it, but at what cost? And the cost is the entire revolver. Could be. Ooh, here's PGB.
Ooh. Okay. Now it's starting to look like it'll be a bit challenging. This looks a lot like it's a Fuji, or this could be the sting bait of all time.
And the other unresed remote, the naked remote, I think the uniced PGB is, to me, strongly suggesting that this could be a hostile architecture. Deep Dive Sable, not super well positioned to deal with assets. Doesn't get to include anything like Azimat or even Hannah Wheels Palentra in the deck. So any assets that it's going to be trashing, it's going to be doing it for the iron price.
Yeah, you can get a lot of mileage out of the info bounty. Like we saw that absolutely carrying the credit totals for dealing with Thule, but Thule didn't manage to have a tithe on top of your mark server.
Looks like there is a copy of Transfer of Wealth in Josiah's hand. I think I see a copy of the Class Act 2. Looks like an Estabrado on the far left side there. Can't get a good look at the rest of the hand. No, did not happen to see a copy of Deep Dive. Here's a check of the naked remote. It is hostile architecture.
And we are going to res it.
Sort of suggests to me that... Oh, go ahead.
We're taking down the hostile architecture.
I think you have to. The board is just going to get out of control if you let the hostile architecture live. And you're going to be trashing the PGB anyway, so you might as well just deal with it. But this does sort of suggest that Josiah is not keen to challenge the 2 advanced remote server. Fuji does 2 net damage on score, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it does 2 net damage on score.
Okay. So Josiah I think, should be able to survive this, but at the cost of giving up 3 points. Okay, looks like we're going to check R&D. Doesn't look like it's much of anything. Looks like a trashable.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable call to avoid a high risk play because this is a Netrunner. That could just be a sting in the remote. And all the runner has to do is hang on and just find a 2-pointer somewhere.
Ooh, here's Saisaton. We are checking HQ. Ooh, gun not matching up super well with the big spinning eye in the sky. 2 credits, 3 bullet counters to break. Do get an access here. Angelique does not do damage when accessed from hand, thankfully.
Does have to be rezzed and installed.
Yeah, but we are at threat, so that's a sort of a, you can think of it as being able to trash a neural EMP for all my boomers in the audience.
Classic card. Look what they did to it. They slapped 3 green influence on it. So unfortunately for Josiah, I worry that HQ, short of something like Estebrado, is effectively off limits. Only two subroutines left to be able to be broken with that copy of Revolver, and it is the only copy of Revolver in the list. Now, there are other ways of getting around pieces of ice. There's 2 copies of Melandrogam. As mentioned, there's 3 copies of Estebrado and some backstitchings as well. But those are also finite resources, so Josiah burning through those resources at a rapid rate, probably faster than he wanted to, but still, sitting on 5 points, got to be pretty happy with this position. Yep, just have to make sure that you don't beef it.
Easier said than done sometimes against Oko.
It is. They are trying to. The whole game plan is about trying to trick you into doing that.
There's 4 advancement counters on this unrest card in the remote here, so this is either going to be the largest Sericulture expansion that I've ever seen, or it's a copy of Fuji and it's 2 more net damage.
Yeah, when you have a score like this lined up that they seem unable to contest, you got to try to milk it for all it's worth. Make sure that, if you could have 3 points, but what if you could also just murder them and not have to score 4 more points?
Notice the Sericulture expansion does have text. You could get the dividends ability to try to get 2 free advancement counters for the next agenda score. Does make it quite a bit easier to score Fuji asset retrieval. But may not be strictly necessary, but hey, 2 credits, saving 2 credits is saving 2 credits.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting away with the cohorts for the moment. It is a Sericulture.
It is Sericulture expansion. And it is going to have 1 dividends counter on it. So that dividends counter can be popped off at end of turn for 2 free advancements on an installed card. Can't score it because you're past the score window, but
yeah, it would be a pretty amazing card if it got you those counters before the score opportunities ended. But unfortunately, it's purely there for the economic cheaper advancements.
Can't let Shateki have everything, can we?
We couldn't let him have neural EMP.
All right, here is that Sericulture counter going to be spent. 2 advancement counters on this card. Again, I don't know. What does Josiah need to potentially challenge this remote? Because it feels like that is where the game's going to go.
It feels like you might need either a lot of bravery or more likely some way through the ETRs that are very likely to be on that server.
Melandrogam would be a good place to start because Melandrogam, I believe, deals with every single. You could bypass every single ice in SebK's list. They're all 2 strength or less. So Mr. Hands might be a really good place to start if Josiah is able to find one. Just I say, nah, I'm gonna chuck this class act. We don't need her. We only need 4 cards. Okay, deep dive goes to hand there. That's potentially interesting.
Yeah, if you can get just so getting into the remote is hard, but there's a lot of cheaty tools for getting into centrals, and centrals isn't that defended.
No, actually weirdly the scariest thing as centrals go is I think the unresed archives ice. I believe we saw an Estebrado in Josiah's hand already. That's going to deal with the Seisenton. The Tithe, you can use the last bullet counter to just get through the net damage. But it's that unrest piece of ice. If that's a Nemone, that could potentially knock the deep dive out of Josiah's hand.
And I think I might have seen a backstitching in the runner's hand.
Backstitching's going to help, but that would need to be installed too. Granted, Josiah does not need to line up a big deep dive, so you could click to install the backstitching and then run the centrals.
We are starting to talk about a few more credits to operate this all. If we have to install something for two,
only got $5. Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, only got $5. And meanwhile, sericulture is actually enormous stonks. Whilst, all right, we're trying to see if we can get the deep dive.
Here's Fuji. That's 2 more damage out of nowhere.
Like we have a few more cards than the D6 can properly manage.
We do. Andromeda tends to do that. Okay, there's the backstitching. And there's deep dive. Ooh.
I got it. That's 2 down. There's 1 left somewhere.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal for Josiah. He even padded out the hand with the class act trigger and still lost the green card from his hand.
Hold on. Is that another green card on the left side?
Hold up. Is that? Haven't seen another one yet. Maybe he hasn't shuffled it.
Lighting.
I think you might be onto something. I feel like there is another card that has a very green-looking background to it on the far left side of his hand. No, I think it's just a transfer of wealth.
Yeah,
right, new card.
I think I lost it. We'll have to draw for that one.
New card going in the remote here. If this is another 3-2, that's game point for that's game for Sebastian. So Josiah probably gonna be forced to do something here.
Yeah, the remote you never have to res is the ultimate ice.
HQ going to be rolled for the mark here. That one, I think you may want to try your luck at you could try your luck at Estebradoing into that one. There's at least, I think there's 2 copies of that one in hand. So you can check you can check R&D. Looks like Clean Getaway and Melandrogam. Okay, the Melandrogam might be a good way to charge this remote.
Looks very tempting. It's pretty expensive, and we're checking the deck list now. It is pretty expensive, and this is going to leave you on 1 credit, which is going to be a devastating. It's going to be devastating to the prospect of trying to play for that deep dive turn, which does cost you a couple of credits to pull off.
I wonder if the deep dive dream is just dead at this point. You only need to touch 1 more 2-pointer. Melandrogam lets you get through the remote almost guaranteed. At most, you would need to use the whole thing, but I think you're fine with that. And if you only end up having to use 1 Melandrogam counter, you can use the other to go check HQ by bypassing the Seisenton. None of which requires any extra money beyond the 4 credits to install Melandrogam. Spending 4 credits, here he comes. Here's Mr. Hands.
But what if you run the remote and it just turns out to be some asset? I don't think I can handle that emotional damage.
Yeah, you're in hell if that happens. If you're Josiah. Okay, here's Swatter.
Yep, and this is gonna eating through the counters is probably a very worthwhile usage of it.
Melandrogam is once per turn. Hang on, Melandrogam is a once per turn ability, so we actually cannot take this line.
Well, actually, the first ability is once per turn. You can use the second ability.
Oh, sure, you can use the second one. Thank you. Good call. Good call. Ooh, it's Daniela.
It is just some upgrade.
Oh, great bait, mate. Absolutely brutal. That was the whole turn, basically.
That's more than the whole turn. That's like you dumped the 4 credits. You can't afford into that.
And now there's if there's any, is there any money sitting in? There's no money cards. Oh, jeez. Absolutely brutal bait from Josiah. He even gave Sebastian K $4 from the Tattoo Bola swap. Seb also going to get to look at a lot of cards to dig for a Moonpool 3-2 combo to close things out here. Here's transfer. Are we just going to let this? We're just going to we're just going to send it into the Saisaton. I love this.
Money's real important. We gotta have it.
Oh yeah, Saisaton just firing in full. Yeah, looks like events the call. I don't know if Josiah lives through this, but
I mean, there's a bunch of non-events there.
Okay. If there's, I know that there's 2 copies of Estebrado, both of which are events.
Saisentan is not always, it's not always 6 damage.
Okay, that's not an event. That's fine. Also not an event. Okay, all right. That's 1. So we're gonna take 4 net damage. So Josiah is dead to. No, he's not dead to 3rd Sting because the other 2 are on the 2 that are scored are on his side. So Sting is only 1 damage.
Yep, Sting's 1 damage.
Yeah, so this might be safe. Now if Subk can fast advance the 3rd Sting, that's lethal, but Five cards in hand. We know one of them's a Tattoo Bola because it was swapped into the HQ.
And that is the classic. You access the Tattoo Bola that you just put back into HQ.
Did it to yourself.
These, yeah, it's called a D10. Just divide by 2.
All right, finally.
Oh,
it's game.
we got it.
3-2. We get the reset.
All right,
awesome.
Now Josiah was coming from the lower seed. Sebastian K undefeated until this point. So we are getting another game between these two on the reverse side for the grand finals.
For all the marbles, every last marble is up for grabs in this next game. And we're going to be seeing Sable versus Atea, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Oh, that could be true. Let's find out. Yeah, that is Atea on the other side of the table.
Oh, nice. Love getting kind of an esoteric matchup to take us home, but I think we're going to go to a brief break while these players get set up for game 2. They may want to stretch their legs, grab a drink of water, whatever they need to do to prep. But we'll take a quick break, and then we'll be back on mic for the grand finals right here from the Pittsburgh Megacity Regional. Don't go anywhere.
All right. See you soon.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Netrunner players. We're coming to you live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania with the grand finals for all the marbles of the Pittsburgh Megacity Championship. My name is Cranch, my pronouns are he, him, joined by my co-caster, Cephalopod Wizard. Ceph, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm also he, him. And we got today Atea on the right side. So far, haven't seen them at all this top cut, but we're about to see what are we doing. I see a vulnerability audit in the list. It looks like we're going to try to cheese some points out while the runner was not expecting it. And on the left, we have Seb K on Sable.
Seb K piloting a relatively reg form of Sable. It looks very similar to the Sable list that Whiteblade played for Summer Showdown a few weeks ago. Some notable inclusions are there's 2 copies of Info Bounty. Stocks on that would have been through the roof this weekend. And there's a little cheeky Game Dragon Pro splash, which makes a lot of sense. Really improves some of the breakpoints of your kind of awkwardly placed breakers like Carmen and Kurapira in the criminal faction. On Atea, it looks like a rush list. The agenda suite is relatively low to the ground. We've got Longevity Serum, 3 Proprietor Negations, Sericulture Expansions, and 2 copies of Vulnerability Audit. A lot of ice, kind of a toolbox of ice. The only 3X is Tattoo Bola, and then just a collection of upgrades that Atea loves seeing. But we are underway. Looks like we're going to ice up a Spin Doctor, NHQ, and a card going into the second remote. That's it. Those are the remotes that Josiah gets. Just the 2 due to the text on Atea. Turn going to be over on Seb K's side with an HQ mark to start things off after a sure gamble. There's a copy of Open Market. Let's see if we can get the Open Market Wombo combo with the Class Act. Not today. Pass the turn back over to Josiah.
Yeah, ice is going to be an interesting question here because so far we've had all these extremely ice-light matchups where Criminal can absolutely walk over the entire table. And now we have Atea, who's probably running like 15 or 16 ice. And they are both have the capability of icing their centrals, but are probably going to not bother doing that because you need to use that on your ID trigger on the remote.
Yeah, looks like we're going to get another Spin Doctor. And that's going to actually get rezzed and trash the original Spin Doctor due to the uniqueness rule. Looking at Josiah's hand, I see a copy of Charlotte Casador, a couple of pieces of ice. Get a great look at what they are. Looks like we're going to jam something in server 1, pass it back over. Have not seen much in... Oh, we're going to advance a card. Okay, we're just going to go for it here.
Could be a Charlotte. I think with 4 credits, you're not expecting your ice to really keep the runner out.
Point true. Yeah, Charlotte would certainly make a lot of sense here. There is enough low cost, like early game gear check ice though that Josiah could just choose to push one. We got 3, like I said, 3 copies of Tattoo Bola, a couple copies of Palisade, even some Fly Swatters, some Aximoon could do a good job of walling Sebastian K unless he's willing to take a bit of net damage. Here's Carpe Diem. So we're going to take the quick run on R&D. She's going to remove a Spin Doctor just to shuffle a Spin Doctor back in. Interesting.
Probably, like, this might be anticipating that the runner's going to run Spin Doctor to pressure you to pop it, and then that prevents them from later, like, touch R&D, shuffle R&D, come back and touch it again.
One of my favorite lines.
It also just builds the anticipation of, are we going to see a good card? Are we going to take that vulnerability audit?
There's a lot. Oh, go ahead.
And just cause emotional damage to the corp. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, there's a lot of trashables in this Atea list between the 10 assets. There's also 10 upgrades here, so a lot of trashable cards. R&D accesses could be slightly dicier as a result, but it is Charlotte Casador in the remote. Pop that counter off to gain 4, get a free card.
I think that's just Netrunner these days. There's a lot of trashables.
I've been playing Nebula, so I don't know what that feels like.
Have you considered putting Amazing Amusements into Nebula? I'm here making remote Nebula these days.
Now I'm thinking about it. Josiah also thinking about it. I believe we saw a copy of Peer Review as well as Regolith Mining License going into hand. Regolith in a bit of an awkward spot. Could put it in the second remote here with that copy of Peer Review, but I also don't think you want to fire off the Peer Review and just show your hand like that to Sebastian K. Looks like Sericulture Expansion getting drawn here. Heist looks like a copy of Enpot, Samaxamoon. I think that was the second Fly Swatter in hand, though I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, I got to empty that hand a little bit. Showing them the cards is theoretically free, but also very much gives away critical information in this game about board knowledge.
Might be seeing an upgrade. Looks like Mitra Amon going into server 1. Which does let Josiah ice server 2. Now we're looking like that Regolith might be a better install at this junk here.
Did we learn what that face down card in server 2 is?
I have not seen what that is yet. Here is peer review. So,
All right, show 'em a bunch of ice and a Regolith.
Yeah, it looks like Fly Swatter. I think that was Samaxamoon and the Regolith. So not choosing to not show the, or that's Bethinimus, excuse me, not Samaxamoon. Last card in Josiah's hand is the copy of Sericulture expansion. Makes sense that he wouldn't want to show that one off.
And we are putting the Sericulture in the remote. We are going to just try it.
I love this line. Sebk was just shown a copy of Regolith. Josiah has planted the idea that just a Regolith going in the more lightly defended server 2.
It is the perfect Jinteki peer review. We look at what we're up to. You can probably guess.
There might be a accidental second Atea trigger here, which prevents the advancement from going on Charlotte Casadora. Looks like there is a bit of a rewind here. Peer review, a tough card to rewind because it does inherently reveal information. The good news is I believe we do have a table judge in this game, so we can rewind roughly the whole turn.
Yeah, just off screen is someone lurking there. And what do you suppose they're wearing? Do you think they're wearing a sweatshirt and just lurking there?
In my head, they're dressed like a Foot Locker employee, so just like the full white and black referee gear. I know that's not actually accurate, but that's just like my headcanon.
And at Worlds, we had bright yellow T-shirts.
Yeah, we could not miss you guys at Worlds. I think you could see those bright yellow NSG shirts from space. Okay, so I think the only thing that really changed with that turn is the peer review had to come first, so it did reveal more information to Sebk about what's in Josiah's hand, but importantly, still not the Sericulture expansion. I believe that's.
Yeah,
did that go into server 1? Actually, maybe it's not. Maybe the Sericulture didn't get. I don't think the Sericulture expansion got installed at all this turn. Here's Nuka.
R&D still undefended.
Mark is R&D.
Yeah, sometimes R&D is thought to be a chumps game. You know, if you're checking R&D all the time as the runner, you're not going to score out as fast as the Corp does.
That's true, but may I counter with that running R&D is fun and exciting.
It is fun and exciting. Another Charlotte down, so once the Corp gets tired of this copy of Charlotte, then it's less likely we're going to be able to get that train rolling again.
Curious that we have not seen what either of these two upgrades are. I suppose there's no real reason to res them at threat 0. But the upgrade options in this deck include Adrian Seiss, Lacosta Grid, Mitramon, Vovo Zeti. Could be Lacosta Grid in server 1. That one combos pretty nicely with Charlotte.
I think it isn't because Charlotte's been live for a turn already, and you don't want to be spending the time to keep advancing Charlotte manually.
No. There is a Vovo in hand. And I think it was Vovo and Lacosta Grid going to hand off of the Charlotte trigger and the mandatory draw. Checking the cards in the remotes here. It feels like Josiah should want to be threatening a score shortly, just to at least start applying some pressure. There is a sericulture expansion still in hand.
We do have so much money, which admittedly, 14 credits can disappear really quick with Jinteki Ice.
Yeah, a lot of the ice in this deck is expensive. A couple copies of Boto, Brawn, Empiricist, all of which are hefty.
We are just mulling over the hand. That Vovo honestly looks pretty sick. That could represent a lot of savings.
Yeah, the Vovo going into server 2 to install something else in server 1 is probably a hard play to avoid the temptation on, just because then you can res the Vovo and move it into server 1 for threatening the score. But Atea does allow the player a great deal of expression. Okay. Oh, we're making 2. Sound the alarms. We're making 2 scoring servers.
I don't think that's legal.
I've never seen 2 scoring servers in my life.
We've got an awful lot of cards protecting this Charlotte here.
And whatever that upgrade is in server 2. Well, I think we do know that that's an upgrade because that was the server that the Spin Doctor was sitting in, and it was sitting on that unrest card. So we should have information that it is an upgrade, just which one we're not sure. Card going in server 2 and server. Okay, we have 2 clown car servers going on here. This is the most Atea board state I've ever seen in my life. Here's Vovo Zeddy getting res. Looks like he's gonna jump on over to server 1.
Okay, we are not. I think if you're looking to challenge a server now, we're really hinting that server 1 is the server the Corp cares about. But server 2, I think that might be where Regolith has gone.
Is Regolith or Sericulture?
I think I might have caught a glimpse of Sericulture still in hand.
Okay, so that would suggest just Regolith then in server 2, which makes me think that Lacosta did go into server 1. Man, Atea's cool.
Yeah, the Corp did not advance Charlotte this turn. That suggests that. I think that also points to they know they've got the Lacosta counter coming in.
Looks like Mark is going to be Archives here, so probably the weakest spot for a Mark to be at this juncture. Oh, we're just going to slam a bunch of cards on the table for Seb K. Hermie is a bit of an awkward one against Atea, because it does just put fodder back into the Corp's hand that they can just kind of cheaply and freely reinstall. There's Lacosta Grid to get the Charlotte rolling.
Yeah, but it still undoes clicks, even if it's not. It clicks the Corp didn't have to work that hard for.
Oh, definitely. It's. I mean,
the idea is. And then you always threaten to unice HQ so that you can transfer wealth them.
Yeah, at minimum, it will make scoring a touch more awkward for Josiah. And I think if you're Seb K, at minimum, you're happy with that as the floor, and then any other kind of added benefit you get is just icing on the cake. Looks like Adrian Seiss in hand, along with a couple other cards that I did not get a good look at. Adrian Seiss, very oddball, kind of Caprice Nisei-esque upgrade for Jinteki. Side game's one of the most exciting things that can happen in a game of Netrunner, at least in my estimation.
Who on earth would be making popcorn at this time of day?
Ooh. Now, what on earth is that card? Double Advance could be Charlotte, but we've already seen 2 of those.
And it's unique, so it's not like
and
you
it's
can
unique.
actually. Now, I think this is a score we're seeing here, and Vovo slides over to get that ice discount.
That would be my guess. If Josiah can push out a copy of Vulnerability Audit early, got to be thrilled about that one. The
You don't need to
agenda
double
that
advanced. You don't need to double advanced vulnerability though.
Well, you don't need to double advance any of the agendas in Josiah's deck. They're all 3 or 4 advancements. The only reason you would double advance is a hedge around Hermes, or you're valuing the extra dividends counter from Sericulture expansion.
I think that this probably is a Hermes hedge because you really want to make sure that you don't open up an opportunity for them.
Agreed. And I think I would, if I had to guess the agenda that Josiah is the most excited to score first, it's probably Proprietary Negation. Just to get that extra little kind of Nisei Mark II adjacent counter live in the board and make running these remotes a dicier proposition for Seb. Looks like there's some discussion of the agenda suite between the players. Mark back on R&D. Would be hard for Sebastian K to turn down a run there. Ooh, side hustle. Interesting include.
Yeah, it's one where I don't think people can quite determine if this is a good enough card to play in standard or not. It's definitely there to help shore up core set environments. But I'm trying it out in Baz.
Yeah, I've played it a couple of times here and there. It's while slow, it's not something you probably want. Most decks probably don't want it as a 3 of, unless you're in a matchup that kind of affords you the luxury of running multiple times a turn for multiple turns in a row. But I do like the really cheeky little interaction with the class act. When it pops, you do get a free class act trigger on the draw. So and Sable, of any criminal that's out there right now, Sable probably does want to be running the most. So it seems to make a lot of sense in a list like this. Now you get the counter when the run starts for side hustle, correct? Does not have to be successful? Okay.
Correct. It's when the run initiates.
Here's Kurapira. Now Sebke pretty low on cash at this point. Probably would love something like a Bravado. Having a long think about the board state. We do see copy of Unity in hand as well if Seb just wants to get the Breaker Suite presented now.
I think we might see... I mean, one, we might be just putting these on the table so that if this is a... Is there a Fuji in here? There is
no Fujis. No, this is basically no net damage. No net damage outside of things like Anemone and Size, or excuse me, Empiricist.
Remote Bathynomus. That's rough. I don't think
Remote Bathynomus is not where you want it.
That's a little more like it.
Yeah, this is a little bit better. That we're at threat 0, so this is a mere 3 credits for Seb to walk through. Love the inclusion of NPOT in this list. I've been really impressed with that card as well. Ooh, here's Adrian. Okay, so this is a Psy game. And I believe if Seb K wins the Psy game, he can touch everything except for Adrian. And if he loses the Psy game, he can only touch Adrian.
Correct.
Okay. Zero. Okay, right. So looks like Seb is going to get to touch that advanced card in the remote. It is Sericulture expansion. That one's going to get stolen. Here's
probably Hermes hedge and trying to get an agenda counter on it.
Seb picking the outermost HQ ice to bounce makes a lot of sense to bounce the HQ ice because it's the ice that Atea has the most trouble placing. Whenever they ice centrals, they have to pay the iron price for it. They got to pay the clicks. They got to pay the credit. Or credits, depending on how deep they want to go on centrals.
Yeah, I think we are very unlikely to see bouncing remote ice because that's just playing into the one resource that Atea gets for free.
Agreed. Seb not choosing to trash the Vovo. I think you can mostly just let the Vovo live.
Well, you can trash the Vovo. But that is the secret text on Adrian, where sometimes you get into a situation as the corp where you think, I'm gonna try to out mind game the runner. But if the runner plays into the pattern that sometimes happens with side games where the runner just always bids 0, Adrian will never get to do anything if both players keep bidding 0. At some point, you got to actually pay up for Adrian's protection.
What are you? What's your typical number for side games? Are you a 0, 1, or 2er?
That depends. I think if I'm on,
that's a fair answer.
I think if I'm on Adrian, I think on this board state where I'm on Adrian on a non-game winning agenda, I probably bid 1 as the corp, because I expect the runner to bid 0 a lot, and if you don't pay the 1, then the corp, like, it's so high variance for the runner that I think if they are not concerned about trying to win the game on this access, that bidding 0 is just better for them in every way. It makes it so that they actively get to touch the remote unless the corp pays, and it doesn't trick them into possibly paying more and then having an increased trash cost on Adrian because you had to pay 2 and you only got to see Adrian anyways.
Yeah, I think I'm broadly a pay 1 for most side games person on both sides. But I do think that more corps should bet 2. It feels like 2 is the forbidden number for side games, and I think that's a missed opportunity. I think it's so rare for runners to bid 2.
Yeah, if the stakes are higher, then I think about, all right, we're showing one agenda, proprietary negation.
Proprietary negation makes you think it's just gonna get installed.
If the stakes are high, then I will sometimes bid 2.
Okay, so we're not installing proprietary negation. Oh, never mind. We're installing overshare. That makes a little bit more sense. Okay. Now I wonder, are we going to see Vovo move into the uniced or the unres remote? That would seem to make sense. Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
Yeah.
But actually, both of them are going to move. Yep. The party's going to server 1. There's still another upgrade in that server. That's got to be Mitra Amon, right? Because it's the only one that you could res multiple copies of.
All right, Axu asking who is lower bracket. That would be Josiah, but Josiah took the last game, so this is the grand finals game for all the marbles. Whoever wins this wins the whole thing.
So Mark is archives.
And at this rate, surely you just try to annoy the corp and Hermes the potential score out of the remote.
Was going to be click 2 Bayou bands. Looks like we're going to get a quick take back there. I do love that full art Bayou bands from Worlds last year.
It is a beautiful piece of art. All right, Chesva. That makes a lot of sense. Yep, got to launder some of these free credits into an install.
Seb should put a counter on the side hustle as well. It's a really easy trigger to miss, it would seem. Mark gonna get
we'll pop it eventually. Okay,
there we go. Okay, all right. Seb's a professional.
But if Seb's a professional, how come he's not playing Seb?
There's Unity coming down, so Breaker Suite is complete. God, there's so much value with this Bayou Bands info bounty. And then getting to install the Unity off the Chesva. This is so sick.
It's so good. And now we just need to touch an agenda in R&D to bounce that thing out of the middle of the remote.
This game is so good when Criminal is a good playable faction. It's like coming home.
I can't quite see the hand. Is that 2 transfers of wealth that look like they're not super playable?
Looks like 2 transfers. Yeah, I think firing those off would be dicey at this point, but it's tough because you really want to challenge. Assuming this is proprietary negation in server 1, you really want to challenge that because it's only going to make future remote runs more difficult. And it threatens game point with the vulnerability audits that are in Josiah's deck. But at the same time, Seb's money not super high at the moment. Only $5. There's Game Dragon gonna go down on Kurapira though.
All right, the remote's looking. I don't know if secure is the way I'd describe it, but it's looking like it's gonna be. It would cost the runner so much to get in, at probably throwing the rest of the game to get in.
It has a real threatening aura about it. Is the way I would put it.
Very threatening. Just why could so many sysops possibly be in a meeting? We're surveying the remote, seeing is there enough here? Do I need to put even more ice on top of this? All right, looks like we're just gonna
Proprio. It is Proprio negation. Okay.
Yep, that can dunk a transfer of wealth. That can secure the remote even harder. Fantastic agenda to be putting into your score area.
If Nisei Mark II is so good, how come there isn't a Nisei Mark III? And then Proprio negation comes in. It's effectively Nisei Mark III, right?
That's the thing. We already got it. If Nisei Mark I was so good, well, look, we have a Nisei Mark II.
All right, Mark back on archives here. Sitting on 2-2 for the game here. So NPOT slowly getting more subroutines that matter. Slowly but surely. It's like 5 credits sitting on 7K's side of the board again. It looks like there's a Bravado in hand, along with a couple copies of Transfer of Wealth, and I think a second Chesva in there as well. Second Chesva, you could probably really just start pushing on HQ. Here's Transfer. Speaking of HQ.
Just send it.
I like it. Here's Tattoo Bola. This is probably very good for Sebastian. There are copies. There's 1 copy of Braun 1.0 and 2 copies of Boto in Josiah's list, all of which are going to be real annoying for Kurapira to break, even with the Game Dragon.
Yeah,
so
starting
accumulating the Kurapira counters is great.
Sick. Do you think it's worth it to stop this transfer of wealth with the counter?
I don't think so. Sebk not showing a way of clearing the tag short of just clicking to do so manually. So the 6 credits is really more like 4, unless he really wants to leave the tag, or there's a second Baya Bance in hand to clear it more easily. Here's the access from Transfer. Tattoo Bola. We knew that one was there. There's the curse of Tattoo Bola.
The curse of Tattoo Bola coming through. It hasn't been as strong as it should have been in some earlier rounds.
Oh, looks like we're going to just Transfer again. So maybe we're holding tags. Not a lot that Jiteki could do to punish tags short of just trashing resources. But that is going to pop the side hustle. So maybe left the bottom card face down in the bin. Ooh, Empiricist. That's a big boy. And that's going to do not so great of a job ducking the transfer unless there's something. Unless one of these unres upgrades.
Maybe if it's the final 3 credits, it's worth it.
Yeah, I had initially thought that Josiah went broke to res the Empiricist, which makes a lot more sense. But yeah, Carmen going to make quick work of this one. Oh, here's the Proprio negation. Okay, this makes more sense.
Yeah, and then but we got the good, like in this case, now awesome. We counteracted the Proprio negation because the Sable Mark gave us the click back.
Yeah, Sable Mark being archives really mattered there.
And it's probably really important to keep those 3 credits because that remote there looks a lot less resable now that you have 3 credits, to say nothing of if you had let yourself go down to 0.
Yeah, the FOMO is going to help, but you really need to leave some money on board to play an Adrian Sai game if Seb decides it's important to clear out this remote. And though it is worth noting that unrest card in the remote as well could be Mitra Aman. Seb just drawing back up here. The money problem is fixed, sitting on $13 here.
Yeah, now technically La Costa is not optional. You do have to
you do
somewhere. But if we're not playing in a world of nice. We got that economic recovery. Could have ducked the doof.
True. I think valuing the $3 to hold up for a potential side game off the Adrian, but pretty heads up play there. Right, Josiah just moneying up off of the Regolith mining license. Extremely reasonable thing to do. R&D still uniced.
Yeah, the Mark has not chosen R&D. We're not gonna.
Not in a while.
Not here to inspect it.
Still, we're sitting on Marchives, as I've taken to calling it.
An absolute magnet for Mark.
So Seb K appears to be firmly in the driver's seat at this point, with all this money, with lightly iced centrals. It feels like Seb can kind of just do whatever makes the happy chemicals in his brain go off at this point. See what he chooses to do. So click 1 was going to be a draw. Clicks 1 and 2 are going to be draws. There's a copy of the Twinning. We're going to clean Getaway into Archives. Looks like we are, spending Mystic Miami credits to do so to start charging Twinning. This is the win condition. Extremely powerful virtual resource.
And a compelling reason for why you now have to clear your tags. Which we have done, but...
Yeah.
Some people are playing ScapeNet just to get rid of Twinnings.
I got ScapeNetted at OTG. It was subtly won my opponent the game. They ScapeNetted a copy of Simulchip that cost me like 20 turns later.
The long foreshadowing.
Oh yeah. They played the long con for sure. Now, do you take the Twinning run here to see 2 from R&D, or are you saving up for a 3 access run?
I think you might save.
I think so too. Looks like Bravado. I don't know. Looks like HQ maybe. I think we're talking about. Yeah, looks like okay. We're gonna see 2 from HQ here. Now we know that there's. I think we know that there's nothing in HQ. Tattoo Bola, the curse comes back. And Adrian Seiss. Let's see if that one gets trashed. I believe he's only 2 to trash, so you might as well. Yep, there he goes.
Only 2. It's a very low trash cost.
Plus, that was a Bravado run, so it's it's free real estate at that point. Still one more click on Seb K's side of the board. The amount of restraint that he is showing by not just checking this open R&D is so powerful to me.
99% of gamblers give up before they hit it big. You just got to keep trying R&D.
I'm saying, like, that card, that top card of R&D, that could be anything.
I mean, listen to us commentators who can see the hand. The HQ got nothing except for that longevity serum.
Yeah, longevity serum's at HQ. But other than that, there's nothing. Might be that card of the far. Yeah, I was gonna say it looked like another upgrade there. That wouldn't. Yeah, now server 1 can get really deep. I think Josiah can go for this longevity serum here pretty safely. All the ice is going to be pretty cheap to res off the Vovo.
Can probably even just slow roll it. What's the runner going to do? Run through all of that?
Yeah, there is a lot of money sitting over there on 7K side of the board, but he's got to go through all that ice potentially twice due to the Adrian size.
And honestly, you look at that, you probably give up as the runner. Or at least you give up on that remote.
Right.
Now you try to go locker and D because, hey, it's open for some reason.
Now, Seb can find a copy of Pinhole Threading. That could work. I don't know what Pinhole Threading is going to trash either Vovo or Adrian. Hard to say which is more impactful. Probably the Adrian, I would guess.
I think
Here
there's
it
a
is.
strong case for the Vovo.
I think there's a strong case for both. It just kind of depends on how scared you are of whatever this ice is. Okay, it looks like Adrian's going to go.
All right, I'm rooting for the surprise Tread Lightly.
We saw Tread Lightly yesterday on stream. Here's Boto. That is... We're not a threat, so it's only strength 4. Still pretty annoying for the Kurapira to deal with. But it is going to get a token. And now I do believe Game Dragon's going to let Kurapira hold its strength for the remainder of this run. Am I correct in that?
You are correct in that.
Okay, so that's going to make something like Palisade or Brawn 1.0 a bit of an easier pill to swallow for 7K. Specifically Palisade. Okay, second Boto.
Okay, real glad to be maintaining the strength now. Only 3
Yeah,
credits for the
definitely.
second one.
Kurapira's got the Game Shark installed. Here's Anemone. Okay, there's some damage.
Today's a good day to be on Carmen. Not being short the 1 strength it's a really big deal. You are so sad when you have to break in an enemy with a revolver.
I'm a big Carmen truther. I think that card is quite good against anything that doesn't say drafter.
Me too.
No, Tattoo Bola, yeah, Tattoo Bola you can get through no problem. Should... Okay, looks like here's Mitramon. We're gonna swap the Tattoo Bola for whatever ice is left over. Oh, the illusion of choice.
All right, we got it. Runner's up on 4 now.
There's Longevity Serum. The Botos grow in strength.
Okay, but the vulnerability audit has to be on top. You just
Has to be.
check.
Has to be. Come on, man. Oh, sorry, I gotta bounce a card off the off the Hermes trigger. So we know we have perfect information of Josiah's hand of 2 copies of Tattoo Bola. Still not checking R&D. Just the sheer restraint. Okay, second copy of Proprietagation going to hand. Do you think that Josiah can push out that copy of Proprietagation?
Well, we were pretty sure that the answer was yes last turn, and then look at us.
I think in the face of all these of the Kurapira counters, the answer is probably no. The first one you can bypass one of them. The next one is 4 for straight. It's 7, 8 for the Anemone if you care about breaking that sub. So it's about $8 and 3 Kurapira counters to go through server 1. So you could probably do it, but it does cost you just about everything.
This is where we're gonna learn that this is the third Charlotte.
That would be brutal.
That Regolith still not emptied though, and we did end up putting more ice on the remote. And this is the classic Atea. Cannot. Like, Atea would rather ice R&D than ice, or would rather ice the remote than just defend R&D and go to therapy.
SebK can get to 2 twinning counters this turn, so let's see if the restraint breaks and he decides to take 3 looks at R&D.
Oh, I would be fully out of restraint at this point.
Yeah. At this point, I'm sitting on 4 points against a vulnerability audit deck in grand finals. At this point, fortune favors the bold, and you should just be able to pump one of your breakers on the way in to get the third twinning counter, unless you have an event to play first. So you can definitely get 3 looks. But on the other hand, having played against SebK a few times, he is nothing if not methodical and controlling. He's a born control player, and the temptation of just keeping the remote locked down may be too much to overcome. And for what it's worth, you could maybe do both, right? You could maybe keep the remote honest on one of these early clicks. You can't use the Chesva on the remote, though. This could be a fork in the road, then.
Chesva has that insidious effect on your finances where you think very highly of your ability to get in anywhere, and then you realize, Chesva doesn't help me here.
It's like that quote from Glengarry Glen Ross, right? Coffee's for Centrals. That's how it goes. It's been a while since I've seen that movie.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen it.
Looks like we are doing clean getaway. Is this on to R&D? I didn't get a good look at where Seb is going.
I think we're doing it.
Looks like it is. Yeah, we're going to see 3 from R&D. That's a steal. Not the game, though. Bounce the proprietor negation. Doesn't look like anything.
And this time I'm going to lean to the left to try to...
Here's a trash.
Get a Moonpool out.
Nothing there. It's not even a trashable, so you can't go back for a fresh look. But you and I in the booth know that that's a proprietor negation in hand.
And we saw, or rather, it's not nothing. We got from 4 to 6 points, and that's could have been game end, but I'll take 6 points if I'm the runner.
Pass it back over. Just content to be on 6 points and defuse the remote. Okay, you have to ice R&D now if you're Josiah, right? You have to.
Oh yeah. It makes me anxious knowing that R&D's uniced if I'm not playing some... Like, if I'm scoring out, I feel like I can't leave R&D uniced.
If you got to make Seb beat you somewhere else than just random R&D accesses. I think at this point in the game, if you're gonna lose out of the remote, or you're gonna lose to flood from HQ. I think you gotta make R&D just cost something, but Josiah not willing to do so yet.
It is hard because the runner has Chesva credits. You know, any ice that you put down, like, we're past the gear check phase of the game. And now any ice you put down has to cost them at least 2 credits before it starts costing any credits.
Yeah, I'm looking at the list of ice, and I'm trying to figure out what would be the most impactful thing to even jam on the remote. Maybe the 1x copy of Braun 1.0? R&D has the mark. Well,
it's fresh. We can spend 2. We can look at 2 cards.
It is fresh. Seb deep in the tank here. Here's Carpe Diem. Okay. Here's 2 fresh cards from R&D. Oh, we're not using the twin encounter. Just take the single. That's vulnerability on it. That's the game.
All right.
Sebastian
In a
K
roundabout
taking
way.
it down. Sable taking it over Atea. And Sebastian K is your Pittsburgh Megacity champion. Very well played to both players.
Runners completely undefeated in this entire top cut.
That has been the story for most of the top cuts that I've been a part of since Elevation. Corps have the juice to get through Swiss, but then in open deck list world, the world becomes a lot harder for them. But really, Josiah made it a game. Josiah made Seb sweat and made him work for it. So congratulations, really well performed from Josiah as well. He's been around for quite a while, grinding it out on JNet. I see that username on the mod on there all the time, and he should be proud of his performance today. But congratulations again to Seb K. One of the most quietly fearsome players I've ever met.
Yeah, well done, both players. And thank you, everyone, for watching this fine day of Netrunner here. This has been the Pittsburgh Megacities. And I think that's going to be it for us. Does that sound right?
That sounds right to me. As far as upcoming events that folks should be aware of, I know I'll shout out in 2 weeks if you don't mind. We're going to be having the Milwaukee, Wisconsin Megacity Championship. I'll be on the mic with that for that one, I believe, with Orbital Tangent and Neuropanzer. That's in 2 weeks' time on what is that? June 28th is when that one will be. So don't know exactly what stream that'll be on yet, but we'll post that on all the channels when we get that information. But I believe that's the next upcoming Megacity that I'm aware of. Any other upcoming events you want to shout out, Seth?
Oh, I've got a terrible memory for events. I live far away from them.
I believe the America's Megacity may still be going on right now on the NSG Twitch and YouTube channels. So if that is the case, there is plenty more Netrunner for you to consume today. But like Seth said, that's going to take it home from us here on the Pittsburgh Megacity Championship. Anyone you want to shout out before we sign off?
Oh yeah, shout out to my cat Oliver. He's been sleeping, but no, I can appreciate him making sure to not disrupt the stream.
Awesome. Well, that's going to do it here for. Oh, go ahead.
I don't know if that's what you had in mind, but
hey, I'll take it. I'll take cat shout outs. I can shout out my cats. They've been less chill about me sitting in a chair, not paying attention to them. But now I'm going to go back to doing what they want most. So that's going to take it home for us here at the Pittsburgh Megacity Championship. Thank you so much for watching. My name has been Cranked.
My name's been Cephalopod Wizard.
And we will see you on the net. Always be running.